Do you want to be a part of the Coco community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, Coco thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, Coco commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or Coco Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and redheaded stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 431. All right.
But who's counting?
Yeah, who's counting?
Numbers
let's
mean nothing.
see. We got a panel full today and lots of guests. Let's see. First up on the panel, we've got Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome to the show.
Hey, next over, we got myself, the button pusher. Then we got Rick Euland.
And I'm done breaking things for a while, so howdy, folks.
Okay. And Richard Lorbieski.
Hello, how you doing? Glad to meet you.
And we'll do a character turn in the line feed. We've got Glen Dahlgren.
Hi, thanks for having me back.
And Ron Deluxe.
Hello. How's
No
everybody?
secret agent.
Welcome.
No
Yep.
secret agent today.
You know what? Getting old.
Okay.
And software could come soon and change everything.
Oh, okay. Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
And next up we have Wayne Nutt, who said earlier he was gone fishing.
Oh no, he's not going to catch anything. We all know that.
What kind? Is it fishing with a PH?
Well, if
Yes.
he does, we'll know that.
Right. So next row we've got Ken Wilmot.
Hi.
Hi. Brian Weasler.
Hello all, welcome to the show.
And Bob Emery. Crickets.
Allegedly.
You're on mute.
Next one is Jason, CocoMan.biz.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. It's time for the CoCoNation show. I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper, and I'm ready to go.
So I told you a couple weeks ago that Bluebell came out with Dr. Pepper ice cream, didn't I?
I think I missed that.
Oh, okay. I had a
Okay.
picture
I'm
and
going to have to
everything.
look for that.
Sounds strange and enticing at the same time.
It's like the Dr. Pepper barbecue sauce. It seems strange yet enticing.
All right. Next row, we've got Ken Waters
Hello.
and Frederick Micro Hobbyist.
Hello, and today, actually yesterday, I've reached 1,000 subscriber mark, and that's cool right now.
Yay!
Today.
Congratulations.
And today I'm at 1,008.
And last but not least, L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone. I think I've hit 70 subscribers on my channel, so
No, we managed to get all the Canadians in one row.
Watch out, Frederick. He's coming for you.
All right, in the chat, we've got Michael Zwiffle, Kevin Holloway, J.E. Jones, Jim Rye, Tony Ryan, Julian Brown, Sixy, Exile in Paradise, TJB Chris, Coco Man, William Mathing, Tom Eric Gunderson, Brian Blake, 8-Bits in the Basement, Chris Dries, Peter Willard, Daddy Burrito, Micro Hobbyist, and that catches us up. See, if Mikey was going to come on, I was actually going to use the Mike November 6 India Lima.
nope, Bob's back.
I missed my turn. Hi, everybody.
Greetings.
Okay, that's the intros. All right, first up, I guess we'll go to Glenn. What you got for us today?
Oh my. Okay. Well, so a lot has happened since the last time I was here. So I think just as a recap, I haven't done a lot in the Coco world, unfortunately. However, Curtis asked me to look for something that might be kind of interesting to all of you, which is documentation for the Dave's assembler, and I went spelunking, looking for that, and I may or may not have found something. And so what I'm going to do is treat this like Geraldo Rivera's Vault of Al Capone, and we will wait until we're done talking about everything else, and then I will reveal exactly what I have, and hopefully it'll be more what Geraldo Rivera found in Al Capone's vault. So what I have been working on, and what I enjoy talking about with people who like this sort of thing, is my series, my fantasy series. And so the last time I came here, I believe I had just released the finale to the series, which was, let me pull it out here. So that was Realm of Gods. And that was going to be it. I was done. It was the complete series. And I did that for a very compelling reason, which is I do these signings all the time, and people kept coming up to me and saying, so is your series done? No, I'm not going to buy it then. Because there are so many people out there. There are a number of notable authors who have been making them wait for the next book in their series for literally years. And they don't even trust him anymore. And so why would they trust an indie author to complete his story when these people who have a lot of incentive to do so don't do it? So I decided, mostly for a marketing perspective, this was going to be my finale. It just turns out that this ended up being my best book. And I think I can say that empirically, because it won. It won a bunch of awards, but the most compelling award was when I went to the CIBAs. That's the Chanticleer International Book Awards, and my work was up for 4 different awards: a series award, a short story award, an Ozma Fantasy Award, and the Dante Rossetti YA Award. I won all of them, including the grand prize for the Dante Rossetti, which means it beat out every YA book, and not just fantasy.
Wow.
And so I was I was overwhelmed. I was really happy, though, that my family had come with me to Seattle to see this in person. But when the grand prize winners are allowed to give a speech, and I had nothing. I hadn't prepared anything. I walked up there, and I swear I almost broke down because I was so overwhelmed by it. And just having my family there to see it was pretty much all I was able to talk about. But it was a huge moment for me, and it meant that people were really appreciating my work, and I couldn't stop. That plus every single review, they love it. They loved it as a finale. They loved it as a conclusion, but every single review said they wanted more. And so I sat with that for a while. And I realized, after really thinking about it, that I did too. So I decided to embark on a sequel series. So this is its own thing. The Chronicles of Chaos is sort of my overall umbrella. But the trilogy of Chaos, the Chaos trilogy, is those first few books. And then I'm going to do another trilogy after that, starting with this book. And this is the one that I'm promoting now. I don't actually have the book here yet, but it's called The Wrath of Order. And it'll be out on October 31st for Halloween. And it's 7 years after the events in the last book. So there is a divide. It's kind of its own story. But the truth is that it's all the same characters. It's all the same world. I'm kind of just sort of continuing it after 7 years. And so it feels like there's a divide, but if you like the original books, you're going to love this one. And so that's why I'm here. I've completed the book. Actually, just this morning, I found out that my editor is done editing, and she's going to be sending me her edits, her notes, and everything within the next couple of days. That's what I'm going to be working on, because I want to have this done by the end of the month. Then it goes out to my ARC readers, and it goes actually into this year's Dante Rossetti, who the competition, whose deadline is at the end of the month. And then I have a month to actually get the books together, start recording the audiobook, because that's my last stage of editing. I need to hear myself reading it, because if I know if I read it out loud and it's going in the audiobook, it has to be perfect. And so I actually catch a lot when I'm recording for audiobook. And then on October 31st, I launch it everywhere. And so I think you're going to like it. My editor loves it. And she's actually got a pretty good eye for it. So yes, Wrath of Order. There was one other thing that happened between the last time I came here and now, and that is I wasn't sure if I was going to write another book in the series, so I decided to write a short story. And that short story is called The Dice of Chaos. And you can get it for free. You can actually go to my website. There's a little thing up there called Free Book. As you see what's on the screen here, that is the audiobook for the short story, which is also free. It's up on YouTube. The reason that I did that, well, there are two reasons. One, an author magnet, you're talking about subscription numbers. An author magnet is actually what authors use to get people into their newsletter. So you give out something for free that introduces them to your work. In this case, it actually introduces them to into my series. But then in order to get that, you have to sign up for the newsletter. And so since I wrote this and released it, I have added, I think I've doubled my subscriber count. So I went from about 1,500 to 2,000, and now I'm like around 3,700. So, you know, in the indie author world, that's not too bad. That's a fair chunk of people. So I'm really happy, and I'm happy with this, not only because I like the story. It actually, the fact that I wrote it after the series gave me an opportunity to tell a story that people had been asking about. So if any of you have read the books, you know that Lore shows up in the Child of Chaos with these dice, and I never tell you how she gets them. They just sort of appear. Now I get to tell you how she got them. So this is the sort of a standalone story about, and it acts like a prologue right into Child of Chaos. That's why it's one half. So it goes Game of War 0, Dice of Chaos half, and Child of Chaos 1. I can't, it's like, you know, telling people my numbering system is like giving a calculus lecture. No, it's really difficult. Nobody quite understands it. And all I can say is follow the numbers, read them chronologically. That's the best way to absorb this work. And now this one's 4. People will say, well, can you read the series on its own? No, you can't. You have to read the rest of the books in order to understand what's going on here. I am nice at the beginning of this book because I do give you a recap. I never do that in any of the other books. It takes me a year to write a book. I should realize people have forgotten things, but I've never done this before. This time I'm actually giving you a recap to sort of bring you up to speed as to what's happened in the previous books. So you shouldn't be taken by surprise.
So are you kind of lining this up to be an introduction to the series to get people kind of hooked on it, or is it more just to fill in the missing piece of the
Dice of Chaos?
Yeah,
Dice of Chaos, it literally was one of the things that's sort of on the author's checklist. Write a reader magnet. And then the next thing is join BookFunnel. And BookFunnel allows you to set up a landing page where you can download it directly to your Kindle, or you can read it on their website or whatever. But it gives you their email address verified that you put onto your newsletter. So that was it. It was like I knew I had to do that in order to get my name out there. From an editorial perspective, I just loved the opportunity it gave me, because in this thing, because I had written it at the end of all the other books, I was able to give you glimpses into all the other books. So I love the idea that people who read this will like my stuff, and then they will read my other books. But the primary thing is to get them onto my mailing list.
Yeah, so it's your motive, but it does fill in something that, as you mentioned, the readers have been actually asking for. So.
Yes. Yeah, I love the fact that I was able to use this opportunity to fill a need that they had identified.
Now, of course, you're selling this book physically in stores. You've been doing, signings for all the releases here, like Barnes and Noble, et cetera. Mm-hmm. I noticed on the way you've designed your Mysterium page here that you've kind of got it looking like a box set. Is that something you're now selling now that the story is complete?
No.
Too expensive, or
it's just graphics? Yeah, I'm sure it's possible. I actually looked into it a little bit, and it does add a huge expense. If you do them If you do them in huge quantities, I'm sure it wouldn't be all that expensive, but no, it's just graphics. It's just, and like every indie author does this. They show their stuff, and some of them are like 25 books jammed into this box. That would never happen.
It's encyclopedia chaos.
Yeah.
But now we have proof that the series will never end. But I'm sure tomorrow you'll sign the movie deals.
Well,
actually, yeah, there's some update on that, I think, too. So go ahead.
There is some news about that as well. So yeah, good going. So my daughter graduated from UCLA, and so we were going to LA anyway. While we went there, I set up a meeting with Rick Selvage, who is the executive producer of the Wheel of Time TV series. And it went great. I think, there are lots of obstacles in front of us. There's no timeline on when this would actually happen, but he's excited. He's actually assigned someone to read and give him a report on everything. And he says he's looking for a showrunner. So that's about as positive a meeting as I think I could imagine. And
you've got a direct tie with Wheel of Time, too, because you did the game on the PC.
That's how I know him. Is because when I did a podcast about the Wheel of Time game on the Dusty Wheel, he heard that. He was watching that podcast, and he contacted me so that we could re-release the game to coincide with the release of the TV series. That's how we connected. And then we've just been talking about the possibility of turning the Chronicles of Chaos into a TV series since then. This is the first time I got to meet him, which was really cool. So I'm excited about the possibility. Odds, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what the actual odds actually are.
Well, you didn't think you were going to sweep all the awards either, so
that's true. That's true. I was flabbergasted that night. But I will say that there is no better closing to a pitch than telling people who are looking at my books that it could be a TV series, and here's why. Because I'm in talk with the guy who made the Wheel of Time TV series, and I sell a lot of books that way.
Now, I'm trying to remember, Wheel of Time, that came out, early 2000s or late 1990s or something, the original game?
Yeah, it was like 25 years ago. So it was
so was it re-released as is, or did you guys modify it a bit for the modern machine?
So there was a company called, I can't remember the name of it, but it's a sort of a company that specializes in sort of resuscitating older titles to make sure that they work on newer platforms. And they worked with iWatt, which is the company sort of in charge of the IP. And they made it so that people could play it. And unfortunately, there were Watt fans still playing the game, which is kind of incredible. But they were so looking forward to this influx of new players. And unfortunately, there was no master server identified, and so you could only play multiplayer locally with the new version, which is like, exactly what they shouldn't have done. But so we didn't see this huge resurgence of players. The people are still playing it on their own. The fans who've been playing it for 25 years, which is just blows me away. But people got to play the original single player game and play LAN games, multiplayer. But I thought the multiplayer is the thing that made it so gave it its longevity, because you're playing with people, you're not playing the same story over and over and over for 25 years. That would get a little monotonous.
Yeah. I mean, no, honestly, I don't know if you've been had a chance to catch a show, but we've been covering some of the game on news, and there's been some people playing some of your old Sundog games, 40 years later. So
that's awesome.
Somebody just won Quest of the Star-Lord just in the last couple months for the first time ever. So here's an example.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I love the fact that people are still playing my stuff after so long. You can't ask for anything more than that.
Yeah, I still like the fact you still have one of your full page ads from Rainbow framed up behind you there on the wall too. So
absolutely.
Yes. So I think from looking at the style here, it looks like you got the same artist that's doing the covers too, that you've kept that consistent throughout all the books.
So I actually work with a studio in Ukraine called Nibble Art. And so they are responsible for pretty much all my branding. Actually, if you look at the banner at the top, you know, that actually I just worked with them to make for my tablecloth. So I'm finally going to have a tablecloth that has something on it. And I loved it so much, I decided to use it as a banner from my website as well. So yeah, it's the same style. I think it's the same designer. I don't actually communicate with them. I communicate with a sort of a manager. But she tells me that it's the same guy who keeps doing all my stuff. But yeah, I love their work. I think that they've nailed my brand, and they're not, you know, that they are affordable. I get part of that is the fact that they're in Ukraine. Now the time difference and the delay, I start working on my book covers like maybe almost a year in advance, just because I know it's going to take a long time. This tablecloth we started a year ago. I know that.
So do you give them a rough idea what you want on the cover, or do they read the book and kind of wing it from that, or how does that?
No, they do not read the book, and I would not expect them to read the book. I will give them a sketch. I mean, I used to art direct for my games at Legend, so I know specifically what I'm looking for, and it will evolve over time after they give me iterations of that image. But I don't. I know that I'm different from other authors in that I'm usually very specific about what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and most others just kind of commissioned artwork or something, and it vaguely might have something to do with the story.
Yeah, well, the fact that Mimble Art, I mean, they're as a studio, they are mostly there to do covers. So they know kind of how to construct a cover. And they can say, okay, well, fill out this form. What are you kind of thinking? You know, do you want characters? Do you want, you know, what sort of style is it? I just sent a new author friend of mine to them, and he came back with, it was a sci-fi sort of eco thriller, and he got a great cover from them. And I don't think he was as specific as me. So I know it's possible to get something great from them, even if you're not as detail oriented as I am.
Okay, I just want to ask a question. Like the original trilogy is basically, it's based on the chaos side of things. It looks like, is this new trilogy based on the order side, kind of taking the opposing view, or?
You know, it's all based on everything.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the first trilogy, or the first 4 books, I should say, is kind of based on Order's control of society, and Chaos's rebellion against that. And this is Order has been banished, but it's still out there, and Chaos is still out there. So we're kind of exploring more the dreaming side of things. If you have read the books, you understand that there's sort of 2 realms. There's the normal, everyday, the waking world, and then there's the dreaming that certain people can access, and where all the gods are sitting there waiting. And so, and Galen is in there now. He was the main character from the Child of Chaos, and then he's out there somewhere. And I won't give too many spoilers, but for those of you who have read the books, Eve, who sort of became the main character in the last book, in the Realm of Gods, she was 10 years old. Which is kind of amazing for a YA book. You know, you don't normally see a main character so young. Now there's a period of 7 years between the 2 books. So she's 17 and she is now the main character. So she's an appropriate main character for a YA book. And she's awesome. I think she's my favorite character.
And then I wanted to mention here too, you've got the signed fantasy novels here, which you can order directly from your website, I believe, or do you take these out to signings at Barnes & Noble, et cetera, as well? Or?
Well, both. I mean, so when you order from me, you'll get a signed version. You can actually, if you order the series, I'll give you 15% off the whole thing. And I will sign them to you, or I'll sign them just sort of generically, so you can sell them on eBay if you want to, when the TV series comes out. But we take our own stock to the signings, both at Half Price Books and Barnes and Noble. I'm doing I did a Comic-Con at one point. That went really well, so I'm going to do the same one next year. But mostly it's those 2. It's Barnes and Noble and Half Price Books. And when you buy from me there, I just sign them to you and hand them to you, and you get a picture with me and everything. Everybody's happy.
Just out of curiosity, I think I already know the answer to this question here, but you're mentioning like if you buy the whole set, you get 15% off. Is that 15% enough that if you paid the full price, you could actually get a box around the set?
Maybe. You know, I honestly don't know. When I first looked at it, I think it was the place I was sourcing it. It just was so expensive that it made no sense. But I know people have done it. I know indie authors have made these boxes, and I would love to. The thing is, the number of books keeps changing, and so I would have to make multiple boxes. You know, maybe I'd box up the first 4, and then I'll box the next 3, or I don't know.
Well,
but you're really interested in the box.
Well, every book you buy comes with a box. It's just brown.
That's true. Actually,
just make it modular.
Right.
Yeah. You can actually make those boxes that have kind of like Slido where you can expand.
Right.
Right. That art guy's never going to get done.
Yeah, use that stuff they make those accordion files out of.
Right. Or modular furniture. Actually, this is also true. I don't know if you can see this. This is the
Here, I'll stop sharing so you can zoom up here in a second.
Yeah.
There you go.
So this is the new bookmark for anyone who wants. Anyone who's purchased from me probably got one of the old bookmarks, which is this. And you'll notice this one's bigger and it's actually glossy on both sides. But what's really cool about this, for those of you who are interested, like I gave you one QR code on the back before, and that took you to what was Mysterium.blog and now is GlenDahlgren.com. Much better website URL. But this one has 2. First goes to GlenDahlgren.com, but this one actually gives you a QR code that takes you directly to the short story. So I no longer have to tell people, hey, look at this sign, go take a picture of it, and then download it. No, I can just have you take this, and you can just get the short story whenever you want. I think that's going to be really helpful in the future signings.
Okay. So since you're starting a second trilogy basically at this point, obviously you've been kind of plotting ahead and doing that. Have you gotten to the point now where you're thinking like your next batch of novels might actually be in a totally different realm, or are you kind of sticking with the current universe you have now?
Well, it's hard after living in a world for 25 years and with these characters to sort of just leave them and go do something else. I really like this world, and enough people sort of told me privately and publicly that they wanted more. In fact, some people said that they were going to start soliciting like fanfic writers. And I do not want fanfic writers out there writing in my world. So I mean, I realized I did some hard looking. It's like, where else did I want to go? Do I want to start something completely different? Or do I want to stick here? And there's a real upside to starting something completely different because people can buy that book without having bought all these other books. That said, I had more to say.
You're too much in love with the current universe and characters.
I am, and there's so much more to explore. And I talk a little bit about that in my author's note. You know, we covered a lot. Realm of Gods sort of pulled back the vinyl on sort of how the world works, how the gods were created, why they were created. And so you understand a lot more about the world than you did. And I did that because it was going to be the finale. But then I realized it opened up a lot of other things that I could explore too. And it gets kind of deep. And I really did want to explore those things. And people told me they wanted to. One person wrote a video review and said, looked at me in the video and gave me a direct message saying, this isn't enough books. I've seen sagas that have like 7 or 8 books. Come on, give me some more. And that stuck in my head. I have to admit that was just that image of that person pleading for me to write more books. That I couldn't ignore that. And actually, I think I'm going to work with him on the launch for this book because I'm going to hold him responsible.
That's like book feature creep.
Yeah.
I got three questions for you.
Okay.
All right. First one is, do you ever get writer's block? Number 2 is, do you get inspired by playing? Do you play video games still? Different ones that give you different ideas. And then the other thing is it true that you wrote your first book on a Coco 3? No.
Wouldn't that be interesting? No, I did not write my first book on my Coco 3. I mean, I wrote fiction on the Coco 3 because my first adventure games were on the Coco. So I was definitely experimenting with fantasy and all that on the Coco. And do other games inspire me? I would say games and movies and books. I take a little from everything. So I don't know how. Writer's block. So yes and no. There are times I really hate not knowing what's coming. It pisses me off because I can't schedule when I'm writing, and if I don't know what's coming, and I will have a sort of an outline for the book that I'm writing, but if I don't, that outline doesn't tell me exactly what's going to happen in each chapter, and so it's like I don't know if you've ever been there where you've got this creative expectation and you just have no idea, and so I always solve it. I always get to the other end of it, but there's no proof that I will. I mean, in my mind, there's no guarantee that I'll figure out the right solution to it. But honestly, my process is very similar to when I designed adventure games. Design any games, actually. And that is, I will walk down all the possible paths until I find the one that solves more problems than it causes. And if that one also makes you go, aha, that is the moment that you realize, oh, it's the right path.
So is your computer loaded with a bunch of like notes to keep everything together in your head? I mean, after a while, you have to keep everything, because you're on a theme, right? So does the next book come as easy as some of the other ones, or?
I don't think any of the books are easy.
No.
No. In fact, in the end of every book, I always wonder, am I going to write another one? Because especially after I do the audiobook editing, because the audiobook editing is terrible. It's the worst.
Are you still doing in that closet that you mentioned on earlier shows?
Yeah, I still record in my closet. So I'll talk about the notes part, then I'll talk about audiobook editing. But as far as notes go, yes, I have a singular document where I put everything. If I think of something, I will write it out. And so in the beginning, it's just really a bunch of ideas. And then it gets to the point where it evolves into a walkthrough. And I will write that walkthrough, and that becomes my outline for the book. And then after that, it becomes an evolution of that walkthrough. I almost never read my notes. I'm writing it just to sort of get it out of my head and solidify it. That said, in Realm of Gods, I was getting towards the end, and I'm like, I was stuck at a point, and I decided to read through my notes just for fun. And I read through them, and all the way back at the beginning, I discovered that I had solved the problem that I was up against. And I looked at it, I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly right. That's exactly what I needed, but I didn't remember solving it at that point because I didn't have all the information that led me to the point where it actually became useful. But that was a really great moment. And, it reinforced I will always write everything down. Even if I never look at it, I'll always write it down. As far as the audiobook is concerned, the reason I hate it so much is because I hate releasing anything that isn't perfect. And nothing ever can be perfect. But especially when it comes to audio, I don't think people really enjoyed working with me when I directed audio because I would make them give me every take of everything. Just in case we needed it, or just in case the inflection wasn't exactly correct. And so I do that same thing to myself. Now, doing all those takes is fine. But when you look at somebody else who's recording an audiobook, they just read the book. And then they maybe they mess with it a little bit, and then they just release it. Not me. I'm doing like 3 takes of every line. And when you do that for a novel, the end result is like 12 hours long. That's months of editing sometimes. And it is the worst because it's not even creative. It's just like going through and just getting rid of all the
tedious,
crap, all the mistakes, and then choosing the right take. It's just, it's challenging enough to be horrible and monotonous enough to be horrible. So I've fallen asleep more times than I can count as I'm doing the editing.
Have you ever thought of giving one of the big rages today, of course, is AI for writing stories and doing all kinds, writing songs, whatever, and of course, doing voices, etc. Have you ever thought of using that to aid it with maybe making it create the characters' voices and you don't have to do everything yourself? Or
so, I think so. There's 2 ways to make an audiobook. One way is to do it my way. The other way is to let AI just do it. And Amazon has actually been pushing that feature, to authors. In fact, I just got an email about that like a few days ago, where they said, "Hey, you are this is available to you now. You can have your books become audiobooks." They didn't realize that my books are already audiobooks, I guess. I don't know. But I will say there are significant schools of thought about this. I don't know what the end user, how they feel about AI reading their books for them. As an author, I don't trust it to understand intention.
Don't trust it.
Yeah, I definitely don't trust in programming. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, but is this AI using your voice?
I don't know that they would use my voice. I think that they would use a voice that you choose to narrate your book. But the thing is, they don't understand the character's intentions. Like
they don't understand the language. I think AI should be tagged so I don't waste my time spending a couple of minutes figuring out it's some stupid robot doing a senseless reading that it doesn't understand.
Well, it's getting better. I don't know what it is currently, so I'm not going to.
It's always going to be the kid that's copying from someone else's paper. It's never going to be as good as an original.
I absolutely agree.
I've heard a few audiobooks done by AI, and they just don't put the commas at the right place. It's terrible.
Yeah, inflections and stuff are usually a little bit odd.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So
if they get good, you wouldn't probably want to say that it's AI, right?
Yeah, some people. There's a lot of people. There are books out there that have AI prompts in the text that they forgot to remove, and then they get caught for having used AI to help write their books. And so, and along those lines, I'll say that there are effectively two schools of thought about this in the sort of indie author community, which is AI is terrible. It's stealing jobs. It's the worst. If you touch it in any way, you will get branded an AI user. And then there's the people who say, well, I can write 100 books in a month. I just have to use AI to help me do all of that. And those people are not viewed very well by the rest of the community. But even if you use AI to make a cover, if you make a cover that looks like AI, you'll get people coming down on you because they'll say, first of all, you've taken jobs away from artists who actually made the art that it's built on, that trained it.
Right.
But then I don't trust that you didn't use AI in your book. So, you are now an AI user, and once you get labeled that, it's hard to
You're a robot. You're a robot.
Yeah, that's why there's all these copyright claims starting to go against AI too, because of course it's built on existing stuff that it's peeling off other web pages. And
I mean, it's changed enough that, theoretically it avoids sort of the traditional copyright problems, but copyright law hasn't caught up. So we don't know where it's going to go.
And it's always got that duplication error where the copy isn't as good as the original. It's kind of
it's pretty good
fuzzy.
And
it's gotten better.
And this is, it has humans to teach it. When the AI starts teaching the AI, we're going to go down that degrading copy scale of fuzzier and fuzzier until we got a mimeograph at the end.
Yeah. I have to mention, Coco Living in the chat says I can do a redneck version for you. So got that option.
Hold my beer.
Now, one other question I did have for you, because you've kind of talked a bit about going back from the original adventure games, et cetera, and then doing Wheel of Time, which is an adaptation of a famous science fiction novel. Have you got any drive at this point after completing the first series and now kind of starting the second of maybe scratching that other itch and maybe actually doing a video game or video game series based on your own universe?
I mean, yes. So, of course, if I did it though, I would want to treat the IP with a fair amount of gravitas, meaning that, if we actually make a TV series or a movie out of this IP, then the game would have to be, multi-million-dollar budget kind of game. I would want like a top flight developer to do something in this world, and then I would want to be involved. So the answer is yes, but I probably wouldn't do anything sort of like, out of my garage to make a game. I would hope that long term this IP turns into something huge.
Okay. So you'd want to wait to see if it becomes a TV series or a movie first, and then kind of like link it more directly to that than the original source material?
Well, as far as my own, where I would want to spend my time, that I would want to help direct more than I would want to actually code anything. I would prefer that that's what happens. who knows if that'll happen? And if an opportunity arises to make a game before that happens, I probably wouldn't. I would look on it as an opportunity. I wouldn't turn it down out of hand because I like doing stuff. But right now my focus is on writing these books. And and that is another reason why I wrote this other book, is because if it does become a TV series or movie, they're going to be hungry for content in this world. And if I wrote something new, that would be its own endeavor to try to turn that into a TV show or movie. So
yeah, you don't want to go the Game of Thrones route where Martin kind of fell behind the TV series and they were scripting stuff way ahead of him type thing.
I got nothing, man.
Are you gonna show up in the series somewhere in the background? Like
do a cameo.
Nice cameo.
Do the Stan Lee thing. Yeah.
We're going a little too far, I guess, but
Maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I get a lot of people who are sort of actresses and actor wannabes at my signings. And I told them, if you have a signed book, I'll get you into an audition. And so once that happens, if they can show up with a signed book, I'll get them in. They can audition. I don't know if they'll get a part. It's kind of up to them, but I'll get them an audition.
That's cool. I do like your new website because this is the first time I'd hit in a while since you renamed it, and it's very well organized.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I think it needed to glow up.
Actually, I'll just share it again here just so I can show some of the other stuff. We covered some of it already, but scroll through a bit here. So you got your whole your banner here where you got your basic broad stuff here, but then you got all these updates here with well illustrated, and then you give it a little snippet here that kind of explains what it is, and you continue reading if you're interested in that particular part.
Yep.
So it's very user friendly, I would say, because some of the modern websites these days just suck.
Yeah, I don't honestly know if this is an effective author website. It seems like I did it because I had a lot of other things to say. I wanted to talk about my gaming history, and if you actually scroll up a little bit, there's the one piece on Angry Birds. Yeah, you missed it.
Oh, right.
It's good to go down a little bit. Yeah, and that was because I did that because some guy just really, really wanted me to talk about this, because I put little placeholders for things that I had planned on writing, and one of those placeholders had a video of this Angry Birds Space Assault. It was a game that never happened, but I made the video in order to prove the concept out, both to Rovio and to KLab, which was a company I was working for at the time. And it got out there. Someone found it. I don't know how they found the video, but it exploded, and it sent a ton of traffic to my site. And this guy just became obsessed with the concept, and he kept writing to me almost every day for like a month. And I kept telling him, someday I'll write this article. I'll release what I have about it. And finally, I collapsed under the weight of his request. So I wrote up the article, and you can see if you scroll down, I actually had a ton of material. Yeah, go click the article.
This one here?
Yep. So yeah, I talk about the whole thing. I talk about the whole history of getting the opportunity to potentially work on this game, to coming up with the idea, the ecosystem of Angry Birds games, because there were a lot. I mean, they were licensing this IP out to everybody. But how I came up with the concept of moving it into 3D, and then producing this. This is the video that caused so much interest. I don't know if you guys. It's pretty short.
So there's like 3D kind of isometric view almost?
Yeah, exactly. It was sort of a 2.5D, ended up being from a design perspective. But I limited, I thought perspective was actually, or I should say, point of view was something that I wanted to play with. So if you attack a puzzle from this perspective, you have these options. But if you go around the corner, away from this shield, you have other options. So other birds might be interesting. But the whole thing really appealed to me because I'm I'm an adventure game designer. I'm a first-person shooter designer. So you can construct these environments as puzzles, not just as these 2D puzzles that
the original
previously
games, yeah.
they'd have to work with. So exploring was a big deal.
Like if you hit a structure from the back or from the side within an opening or something like that. Yeah.
And then there are environmental hazards in exploring the universe, but you have tools to deal with that. Certain birds handle things in certain ways. That's kind of cool. And then you this way you actually uncover paths, because I really wanted to limit the player's ability to move to these paths. So it wasn't like just flying all over the place, and that's kind of like writing a book versus making a game. It's like I write a book, I know exactly what the path is. I'm dictating everything. I know what the story is. I know what the characters are. I make a game, I'm giving you a lot of choices. The more I can limit your choices, the better the experience will be, because it's on the path that I directed for you.
Okay.
So, yeah, it talks about my visit to Rovio. That was fun. They loved me. They loved me at Rovio. They actually they offered me a job to come work for them at Rovio, but I would have to have moved to Finland.
To Finland, right?
And I did not want to move to Finland.
Now, you're used to California weather. I don't think Finland would do you too well.
Well, and I would have to take my family, or I'd have to move away from my family, which was not a good idea.
If you can move to Finland, then going to Canada is going to be an easy breeze.
So this is 45 slides. That's what I took to Finland. That's what I showed them. That is the whole thing. I mean, I opened up everything. You don't need to read all this. It's just
not to scroll through what you're talking about.
Yeah. I explained. So I was kind of really excited about sort of collectible card games, building decks. And that's kind of what I wanted to bring here, is ability to like Hearthstone. I still am really into Hearthstone and Disney Infinity. It's where you have a hero, different heroes that you can buy. This showed some of the other games that were doing similar kind of things. I actually made Glee Forever. That was a really fun game. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think we talked about that one in particular in one of the previous interviews you got.
Mm-hmm. And the Rovio guys told me as soon as they saw the system map, they knew they were in good hands. Anybody who could just make a system map for a game like this, he's thought about this. I don't think they even understood the system map, but at least I had a system map. And I mean, it was huge. It was way bigger than it should have been. But I think luckily I had the right audience for this, because they were willing just to sit in a room for like an hour and listen to me talk about all this stuff.
So, I mean, they obviously wanted to hire you, but they never considered just doing a contract where you worked from home back in California, or?
No, well, it's because my goal was not to work for them. I didn't go there looking for a job with Rovio. I went there trying to sell this game. And that's where my investment was. That's where my passion was. I wanted to make this game, and I wanted to make it through KLab because that's the company I was working with at the time. Turns out KLab was not as excited about making this game as I was. So after presenting it, Rovio was all in. They wanted to make this game. They wanted to, I think even, I don't know if they were going to help finance it or if it was all going to be on KLab. The problem is that Angry Birds at the time was pretty big, but it wasn't as big in Japan as it was in America. So they were a lot harder to convince, even though they were the ones that said, we have this opportunity, what can you do with it? They still weren't sure that they wanted to move forward. So after that, I did a lot of development and tried to figure out what was the best way to convince my overlords in Japan that this is the way I wanted to go. This is the way we should go. And so what usually happened in their development cycle is you would make a prototype. And so I asked, how do we do that? Do we want to have people in our office make this prototype? And instead, they wanted me to use their developers in the Philippines. So I had to fly out to the Philippines for 3 weeks and work with a team there that could help to bring it more to life than just a video. So I did that. And actually, I really enjoyed my time in the Philippines. They were really earnest. They were trying to get attached to something that could be big. They thought maybe if they did a great job on the prototype, they could be involved in the development of the game, which I was actually very open to. So I brought with me the level designer / artist who had worked on that video, except he did not really want to go. And there was a monsoon that happened in the Philippines the night that we were supposed to go there, and he refused to get on a plane until we could actually contact someone in the office and knew that they weren't swept away. And my boss was furious over this because we had to move tickets because he refused to get on the plane. Of course, we called them the next day. They were fine. It was just, oh yeah, that happens. We're all okay. And so, like a day later, we all take our trip out there. And so it was him and me and the developers in the Philippines. And actually, there's a video. You could just quickly flip through a lot of this stuff, unless you really want to see this. There's a lot there.
Yeah, it looks like you got a really good history of it. I would just recommend people go check it out directly from your
But scroll
website.
down. There's one more video you might want to take a look at, and that is the end result of the prototype that we put together. Yep.
So is this a fully functioning prototype then, with just a couple levels?
Yeah, with only one level.
One level, okay.
Yeah, I think we actually did activate multiplayer though. And in multiplayer, you would actually have your pigs in there, and they would have their pigs, and you're trying to destroy their pigs, and they're trying to destroy your pigs.
When's the big release?
This is it.
There is something that I've noticed. You've sent a subliminal message, I believe. In your awards picture where you're holding the 4 ribbons.
Yeah.
Did you do it on purpose?
The subliminal message? I don't know what subliminal message you're talking about.
I don't know, squint a little bit at that picture. If ever you go back there on that picture, Curtis, I'll show you. And everybody will see it. Once they see it, nobody can unsee it.
I already saw it, but I wasn't going to mention it.
Yeah, it's
now they're intrigued me because I have no idea what they're
David
talking about
in the
either.
chat mentioned it.
And we got to get there.
All right, go back to the
Right
picture.
there, that one. Okay, don't you see that the second one overlaps the first one? Same thing. The fourth one overlaps the third one, which actually spells out Coco.
Ah, there you go.
Now you cannot unsee it.
Absolutely intended.
It does say Coco, and he did it on purpose.
Yeah, that's it.
You've been revealed.
Absolutely
nod.
intended. Yeah, that's the only thing I was thinking about at that moment. How can I get Coco into this picture?
Yeah, into this picture.
I'm glad you guys noticed that. I didn't notice that at all.
That was worth the trip for sure.
That's funny. Yeah.
You can thank David. I don't want to sabotage his last name, but Chisek, I think, on chat. He's the one.
Yeah,
who
actually, we got
mentioned
one
it.
of his stories in the news a little bit later on too, experimenting with BBSs.
Beauty.
Yeah, that's fantastic. See, you thought I didn't have any Coco things to talk about.
Right.
So did you?
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway, definitely check out his website. It's like you mentioned, it's not Mysterium blog anymore. I think you still call it that at the top.
Yeah, well, you can still go there, mysterium.blog, but
Redirect.
just go to glendahlgren.com. At that same conference, what's his name? JD. I can't remember, but he's sort of a big name author. He did a ton of sessions on branding, and he said basically get your brand, get your name.com before anybody else does. And I realized, of course, I should do that. So I got glendahlgren.com. And that's a lot easier to say. And anything .blog doesn't sound like you should be sending people there. If you're trying to, if you have things.
Yeah,
for
it
sale.
kind of sounds amateurish, like you're just doing this out of your
And I did it because
trailer
it was
and a
the
camping
cheapest
ground.
version of the WordPress account that I can get. I'm all about ROI, and if I don't need to spend money, I don't want to.
Are you saying that my Blogger account is crap?
Yes,
That's exactly
no,
what I'm saying.
That's why you have a YouTube channel now.
Yeah, that's why I have more traffic over there than on Blogger. Yeah. Okay, I'll scrap it.
That's the lesson you should be taking from this.
Yeah. That and spell Coco with your ribbons. That's the other one.
That's right. That's right. That's been very effective, evidently. Oh, there I am. Yeah, at the same
What am I talking about?
Yeah, I've actually been so successful at these author signing events that I did a talk about it because I realized I have very concrete things to say, not philosophical ways to approach signings or anything. No, I know exactly what you need to do. I know the steps to making it happen, and I know how you can sell books. And it's repeatable. So you can go into a place multiple times. It's not about reading your book to people. It's not about, just making connections. It's about selling your book. And so I got so good at it. I think that it's still about 50% of the people who hear my pitch buy the book. So that's pretty good. And so I told all these people how to do it. And then people who heard the pitch, heard the thing, went up and bought my book.
Cool.
You're right.
And you've been cranking these out roughly one a year at this point, or maybe just over a year?
Yeah, it's about one a year. Realm of Gods took about a year and a half. This one took about a year and a half as well. But I also did Dice of Chaos at the same time. So I kind of give myself a break for that. So I
is that a pace you want to keep going at, or
well,
the book's going to get bigger?
I have no choice. I mean, I can't do it faster than that. I try, but it just doesn't work. So,
but I'm wondering, like, are you planning on making the books a bit bigger and a bit more detailed as you get further into it, type thing, so that they're going to
honestly, so they're YA. So I'm actually bigger than most YA books. So I do not want to make them bigger.
Okay.
And people like that. People like the fact that even though they're epic YA books, if you pick up an epic fantasy, sometimes they have 600 pages. And a lot of people just do not want to sit there for 600 pages, and especially YA audiences. YA audiences lose attention span quickly. So my books, if any of you have read them, you'll notice they move like freight trains. It's like once you start them, they don't let up. They're really hard to put down. And it's that way through every book. And I don't know if I want to fill 600 pages like that. It's like, I want to get that story. I want you in, I want you out, and then I want you on to the next book.
Okay. And then just out of curiosity, with the young audience, like it's meant for teens, basically, is there a big divide between getting the physically printed books versus getting audiobooks? Or is it roughly half and half? Or
so I have no metrics on where teens are absorbing my books. I will say, when I'm talking about YA, that doesn't mean it's meant for teens. That means that teens will read it. 80% of my readers are adult. And that's true of YA sort of across the entire market.
I feel better now.
Yeah, I mean, some people have in their head that YA sort of isn't intended for adults, and that's just not true. It defines the work in certain ways. The protagonist is of a certain age. It doesn't usually have sex in it. It deals with certain themes, and that it moves like a freight train, because that audience will lose interest if there's a lot of slowdown. However, that doesn't mean that people who are not teens can't enjoy this book. In fact, a lot of them prefer books in this genre more than others, because they don't like Wheel of Time. I love it. It's great. But there are books in there that they dip into this valley that's impossible to get through. It's just so slow. And they deal with, he piles on
honestly,
so much
I feel
detail.
like that about some Tolkien stuff too. Like some of it's way too slow.
Exactly. So if you want to be entertained, I suggest you read these books. And it doesn't mean that it's not deep. I mean, I think that the things that I'm dealing with, the philosophical themes that I'm trying to address, people really are intrigued by them. Even if the kids miss a lot of that stuff, they're still having fun.
Yeah.
Last time I read fiction was a long time ago. Was the Forgotten Realm series.
The TSR stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And after that was all technical stuff, but that really piques my curiosity a lot. I really want to try reading them. Honestly,
I think the fact that I was able to win so many awards. I mean, I tell people, in that talk where I talk about doing these signings, there's two things you can do to attract people's attention. The first is win awards, and I managed to do that. I was really, I don't know if lucky is the right word, but I was really happy that I won gold for the reader's favorite for both of the first two books in the series. I don't think they realized that. In fact, when I went up to collect the medals at the only reader's favorite ceremony that I've ever been to, the founder of the reader's favorite, was there at the exit, and he greeted me, and I showed him both medals, and he was shocked. He did not expect one person to win medals for two books in the series, and I did not win the gold after that. So I think I got blacklisted after he realized two's enough for you. But then I won, like the Dante Rossetti Grand Prize, which I had never won before, and that I think put me on a certain level. But having those awards, people can just look at those awards and know empirically that people like them. That there's something good about these, and then getting Piers Anthony to give me that quote for the first book.
Yeah.
That held a lot of weight. And if unfortunately, he's not really very contemporary. So kids have no idea who Piers Anthony is.
Yeah.
But if you do, if you know Piers Anthony, and especially if you like Piers Anthony's work, you will buy my book. Because every single person who connects there, it's like, oh, I have to get this. Because Piers Anthony said it's awesome.
I was going to ask you, getting all these awards, is that reflected in sales doing vast increases after these award shows happen, or?
I still have not mastered online sales. So I sell some here and there, but I haven't figured out how to make ads profitable. The awards, I think, are great for in-person sales. So I do great at these in-person signing events. I mean, like in the holiday seasons, I sell over 100 books per event, which is way more than almost any other indie author. So I think I'm doing really well there, and the awards are really helpful because they make that pitch, and you can see the stickers on the covers, and so they're good. But I really do want to tackle online sales. I want to figure that out, and there's a group actually called Author Anchor that will sell you time for VAs, which are virtual assistants. And they have a bunch of people in the Philippines, back to the Philippines, who are excited and experienced at doing this kind of work. And I actually interviewed a couple of them. One of them I thought was great. She actually had done so much work for me, just showing me what she could do as a VA, a virtual assistant. And then another person, I swear, she just arrived off the street. She was a poker dealer in a casino before then, and she had no idea what she was doing. But even though I loved one of them, the thing that I want is to find somebody who has ad experience, who knows how to do Facebook ads, who knows how to do Amazon ads, and can just make those profitable. Once that happens, I think I'll see that frontier open up for me. But until then, it's mostly online sales or mostly in person.
Okay.
I
know when
really
we talked
need
to you
to be-
last time with your in-person sales, I'll let you go right up this, Jason. Maybe basically I was wondering, at that point, I think you were just doing more local around the San Francisco area. Have you kind of spread your wings and started traveling around for these signings?
Well, no, it's still Bay Area. I mean, the Bay Area is so target rich that I can fill up my calendar with just Bay Area, Barnes and Nobles and Half Price Books. And if you look on the calendar, if you click there, it shows where I am. That's actually Santa Rosa. I just did one there, I think a couple weeks ago. But I can fill up my, I mean, if I can't drive there, then it becomes a real, it becomes a real effort, because then I need to ship books there, and I need to fly somewhere, or I need to travel really far. I think that if the books become a TV series or a movie, they will absolutely get picked up by a publisher, and that publisher will probably want me everywhere. And then they can deal with the logistics. They can deal with the cost of sending me everywhere. But until then, I'm good with Bay Area, because it's a lot easier. It just works.
Yeah. Was your Comic-Con in the Bay Area too then that you went to?
Yeah, it was actually closer than most of these places. It was I mean, it was. I should say it's not Comic-Con, it's Comic Con, which I think is a local version of it. So they do things in like San Jose and Concord and a few other places. So there you go, East Bay Comic Con.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, and they're really tricky because when you go there, they make you pay for the next year while you're there. Otherwise, the price is going to go up. So I'm locked in. I'm going to be there next year.
Sorry, go ahead, Jason. You had a question too.
I just what was I going to say here? Oh, tracking the sales. I think what we really need to be tracking here is the sales numbers after every CoCoNation appearance.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I think part of that is because the people who like the Coco, especially, they are in my demographic. They are of a certain age. They like certain things. And I think a large part of the Coco fans connect with the things that I connect with. And so they like my books. And so there's a fair number of diehard fans that came from the Coco community. And I'm really appreciative of that. I mean, I like coming back here anyway, because I like just hanging out with you guys and chatting. I don't have a lot of Coco stuff to talk about. And so it's fun, but it's part of one of the first things I think about, honestly, when I have a new book. I want to come back and chat with you guys about it. I want to let you in because there are people in this community who seem to like it. So I want to take them on my journey with me.
Yeah, and we really appreciate you having you come up
we
because
appreciate
it's a lot of fun just kind of catching up with you, and it's like trying to find some of the other game authors back in the, like, what did they end up going? Like they started working for Nintendo or something like that, type of thing, like the various paths people taken. You've taken a bit of a bit of a different path. You kept in the gaming industry for quite a while, but then you've branched off now into books now. So, and you also are teaching like game design at a university in California and all kinds of stuff. So,
and I also designed, I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I designed the metaverse version of Sephora.
Oh, no, I don't think you did.
Yeah. I don't know how successful it was. And I think they might have only had people in France have access to it, but that was fun.
So you're still a little bit active in the gaming?
Yeah, if opportunities arise, I'll still do contracts. I'm not... and actually the company that brought me on to do the Sephora project, they were interested in bringing me on to do something that they wanted to do, a personal project. And I chatted with him about the possibilities. I can't go into any details, but there might be something there. So I think people who work with me like to work with me and like to bring me on to other things. So who knows if that'll go anywhere.
Cool. I do like your setup here, and you said you got the new tablecloth now with actually has some pictures of the books, etc. too. Yeah. Right now, it's like this looks like the Dahlgren theme park, which I'm totally excited about. But it'll even look more like the Dahlgren theme park once I get the tablecloth. You just got to make it big taller so you can block out all the other books there, and then you'll be good.
Actually, if you look at this, there is no more room. So once I have one more book, it's like, I don't know where I'm going to put it. I have a feeling what I'm going to have to do is show off depending on where I am. So if I'm at Barnes & Noble, I'll probably show off the paperbacks and then have the hardbacks sort of in the back, because I make more selling paperbacks at Barnes & Noble than I do if they buy the hardbacks. But in like half price books, I'll put the hardbacks out front, and then I'll have the paperbacks in the back. Maybe. I don't know. Well, let's see. Whatever looks good, that's what we'll go with.
He's wanting to do in the whole second series is down there. You'll need a couple tables stacked on each other or something.
I have a feeling that literally I'm going to need stands. I'm going to need like wooden stands that hold like multiple books, and they do them vertically.
Yeah, so you have one on each side for each series type thing.
Exactly. I'll have to do something like that because I'm outgrowing my space.
Well, it's good to hear that your success has continued. In fact, it's expanded now that you're winning multiple awards in the same trade shows, and got a whole new series started up. You did the little free audiobook, which would give a bit of a teaser for people I think who want to get used to both your audiobooks and the series in general.
Actually, I was really happy that at that SIBA at the conference, the series itself won an award. It won the series award, and the short story won an award. So now I can put that on my little advertisement. If you want to get the short story for free, you're getting an award-winning short story. Oh, I don't have the little sticker on this one. But yeah, it's really cool because you know, you're getting it for free. Yeah, that doesn't have it. Actually, if you go to the website, I think let me see. If you scroll down, I don't know, but it won its own award, which was pretty cool because it was my first short story ever. I'd never yeah, it's not. I didn't actually put it on there. I think I said just I got the
just got
4
the announcement
awards.
here.
Yeah. But it was my first short story. I don't know much about the structure, you know, and to have that win an award, that was pretty cool. That was a nice pat on the back.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, like, do most authors start with full-length novels, or they start with short stories to get used to writing, and then they progress to the bigger ones, and you started right with the large ones to start with?
I have no idea. I mean, if you're approaching it as sort of like want to dip my toe in and see what happens, I think that it's a fair assumption that a lot of people would probably do that. But I had read novels, you know, all growing up. That's what I was really familiar with, and that's kind of what I wanted to do. And so that's what I launched into. I mean,
yeah, because I just remember like the old science fiction compilations, like Analog and stuff, used to be short stories sometimes from the authors before they came big, and later they expand a short story into a full-length book or something. So
yeah, actually, Ender's Game started out as either a novella or a short story.
I think it's because things like Analog and stuff were available for people to submit short stories, whereas trying to get a contract with a publishing house would be a lot larger leap. So they started out with access they had and then moved up.
Right, and I don't think that there are a lot of places where you can sell short stories at this point.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna do something, you might as well do a book that you can actually market. So yeah, it might be the market that's driving that now. There are some anthologies, like this short story I actually wrote as a part of an anthology that got promoted at FanX in Salt Lake City. And so that was part of one of the things that got me off my ass to write it because I was a little scared about writing a short story. I wasn't sure how that was going to go.
Did you do the same outline and kind of design of the plot the same way you do with the larger ones, or was it just more of a off the cuff thing?
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, the outline for it was completely different from what I ended up with. So I discovered that story more as I got deeper into it, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. It actually is stronger, way stronger than my initial concept for it, and way stronger. So I actually wrote 4 chapters in the beginning of Child of Chaos where I explained where that character got those dice. So it was there. That material was there, and I cut it all before I released Child of Chaos. So and what I wrote in that short story, so much better. It's not even close to what I wrote, because those were the first 4 chapters I ever wrote, period. And so I'm glad that I got rid of that and was able to produce this.
Cool. Anyway, everybody should go check out GlenDahlgren.com and find out when he's appearing at events if you're in the California area. You know, upcoming dates of releases of books and audiobooks, etc., will all be on there as well. You can actually order signed copies or arrange to get signed copies at a live event. And yeah,
I would encourage everyone who's read the series, go please pre-order the ebook if that's the way you read it. It's available on Amazon as a pre-order, or you can pre-order a signed copy from me from my web store. If you actually go to the top of my website, you can just click on bookstore right there.
So when are you going to go to Saskatchewan asking for a friend?
I would definitely pick summer if you're going to do that.
Actually, shipping into Canada is really rough. I am sorry, Canada. You know, it's
shipping either direction right now is kind of rough.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Honestly, if you want to get a copy of the paperback, the more expedient way, the more cost-effective way to do that is to buy it from the Canada Amazon rather than buy it from me, because I will charge you an arm and a leg for shipping, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I'll send you a sticker or something with my signature on it. You could stick it on there.
We just have to drag you to a Coco Fest and we'll just get it all signed there.
There you go.
Well, now I have the audio versions of these books. Will you sign my audio book somehow?
Digitally sign.
Yeah,
maybe on a bookmark for you, Jason.
Just little it says, "Hey, I'm Glen Dahlgren, and I signed this book."
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Actually, I have signed bookmarks before. And so if you get anything from me, I'll get you a bookmark, and I'll sign it if you want me to.
Okay.
So are you planning on the audiobook and the physical book to be released at the same time? I think last time we talked, some of the books were offset a few weeks from the others, like between hardcover and softcover. Is that the same now, or is it kind of coordinated? Or?
Yeah, no, they will not be released at the same time. There's no way I can get it edited in time to release by Halloween. That said, I want to have it recorded by then because I told you that's my last stage in my editing. Is just recording it. So I'm hoping to have it out within a month. So like by end of November, I want to have the audiobook out, but don't hold me to it.
Okay. But did you get the same reader? Or did you have to give him a raise?
I gave him a raise because he demanded it.
Yeah.
That would be me.
There's cosmetic improvements to the closet.
No. If anything, it's probably messier.
Doesn't come with a bowl of M&Ms with no blue ones.
Yeah, that was one of his demands.
Don't want to have to re-record that part when you knock over the shoebox full of stuff in the closet.
Right. Actually, the thing that I hate about this book that I'm going to have to record is that there are a lot of female parts. I write a lot of female characters, and I hate doing female voices. I hate doing female voices that I have to distinguish from other female voices. So if they're in the same conversation, you need to know who's speaking, and I only have so many in my repertoire, and they're not very distinct. So people say that they like them.
I wonder if you could use AI to just change the voice. Like it still reads your dictation with all of the subtleties, etc. It just shifts the voice up to female register. You can do it that way or something.
I do that.
AI.
I do that occasionally, but that's not AI. That's just a pitch change.
Just raw pitch shift. Okay.
Yeah.
So give us those voice
one now.
changers.
Give us one now.
What's that?
Give us a voice now. A girl voice.
Give you a girl's voice now.
Yeah.
Best 4 female voices right now.
Best 4 female voices. You really want me to be uncomfortable here?
We have to close our eyes, right?
No, you have to buy the audiobook to get those, folks.
Honestly, you can hear my voice for Lore just in the free audiobook. I did a female voice for her. So yes, I suggest you go there rather than putting me on the
Put him
spot
on the
now.
spot.
You did attempt to, and that was cool. Thanks.
Checked one of Ron's boxes.
Yeah. Now, before we let you go, and everybody go check out his site, of course, you did have a little bit of history you found for the Phantasm Assembler, which I think was the name you were planning if it got sold through Sundog,
right?
Which was written by Roland Knight and Dave Schuchen, I believe, at DICOM. There's an editor and an assembler, which has now been released because Dave was okay with it and you were okay with it.
Was Dave okay with it?
Yeah, he was.
Okay. So that's the information I didn't know. I knew you got it from Doug, but I didn't know that Dave was okay with it. I'm so happy to hear that because it's the thing that I was most concerned about.
Yeah. No, it is actually on the Color Computer Archive now after Dave gave permission for it. So
that's fantastic.
But we have zero documentation. It just fires up and it's like, it says, editor or whatever, and then it just stops. So like, what do you do? And, and none of us have had time to disassemble the whole freaking thing to figure out how it works yet. So
yes, so we get to open up the vault. And believe me, it was not easy finding this thing in the many boxes of stuff I've got back there, many of which are precariously balanced and just waiting to drop on top of my head. So I managed to get it, and I will actually I'll send you a PDF of the scanned notes. But I have the original.
Do you want us to just release a scan, or do you want us to actually? It's like, is a PDF searchable? Like, is the text actually embedded in the PDF scan?
You're not gonna have to worry about that.
Okay.
There's just not that much. I swear that the notes literally are notes from when I was talking on the phone with him. I think I was writing down the commands he was telling me how to use. So it's like so there are two things, and I found both of them really useful. The first was the assembler, a Phantasm, and then there was his DOS, and the DOS was the all the assembly code that would enable you to read and write files and stuff from your program. I thought that was, I used it, whenever I could. And I have that too. I don't know if that's something that you spoke with Dave about or have the
No,
rights to
I
that?
did. I know the one where you sent those routines. So that'd be like, I know like Dave's own software had stuff for reading like 1024 byte sectors and stuff for as part of the copy protector.
No, but this
include
has
all that
like
kind of thing.
This has load M and save M that you can
Okay.
do from a machine from from a program. And I think I have the source code here printed out. I might have it on a disk somewhere, but I think I actually have the actual source of his DOS. But more of my notes are about the DOS than they're about the assembler.
Okay.
So I brought both of them and I scanned both of them. So I'll send it all to you.
Yeah, I'll contact Dave. We didn't ask about that because I didn't know about that. So
Right.
And he
Okay,
forgot.
so here it is. Drum roll. Then we're gonna open up Capone's vault right here. Is there anything in there besides just old Prohibition era bottles? We'll find out.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Here we go. That's it. That's the 1 page of notes for. Is it flipped? No, you can't.
No, it's fine.
It's right here.
Fine.
Oh, okay, it's
Can
good
you
there.
can you
Okay.
sign it and put a date?
Really?
I like the fact that on the top it's just called Dave's Assembler.
Yeah, yeah.
What's
that's
the
that's how I
serial
knew
number?
It. I can go back a little bit. Do the
Nice
full
and formal
thing.
notes.
That's it. It's 1 page of notes. Even there's nothing on the back. Even
It's more than what we have.
Yep, that's what you got. And then, but I'll show you the notes for Dave's DOS
Yes.
as well. Am I
That
still
sounds
there?
interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the first page of notes for Dave's DOS.
5-hole punched.
This is the second page. And so this is source that enables you to actually use like save block file, load.
So it's like a
block
list
file.
of subroutines basically that you call for different.
Yes, I believe
features?
so. This is load M.
So basically, it's a wish list.
No.
It's more like
it's code that you
like a
actually put
web.
in your code to call all these routines.
Oh,
It's a library.
And
Yeah, so you don't have to write all the
this
disk
is the last
file
file.
out stuff yourself. Yeah.
So
And you can
again,
just space
I
it
mean, it's not like it's hard to read. The writing's not that bad. It's just that in order to use these things. So like Dave's assembler has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different commands. So I'm sure those will be useful. Knowing how to actually kill a file, load a file, write a file, read new, save new. There's enough in here that it let me use that assembler. So I'm hoping that you don't have to disassemble it to at least discover this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's what I have. It's all I have. But at
That's
least
what
I
we
found
got.
that. I am
Because Dave
I
doesn't
am
have his
actually-
notes anymore either.
I'm very surprised that I found it. But I did.
And no
So,
copy
you're welcome.
schemes.
And no
I hope it's I really hope it's useful.
And do you have both the editor and the assembler, or just the assembler notes right now? Because there's two
Oh.
separate programs. I know that.
Oh. I would assume this is the editor. But I'm not sure.
So
Because the
basically,
assembler, all the assembler did was assemble.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then the
I don't
editor, I
think-
think, just edited, and you just you load one and then the other, I guess.
Yeah.
And I guess for people who are kind of new to or haven't listened to the show long enough to have gone through the history with Dave and you about this when we interviewed both of you, what was the big advantages of Phantasm versus like EdTasm, RedTasm 3 from SECAM or some of these other ones?
It was fast. That was the reason to use it. It was so much faster than any other editor. You could assemble it, not editor, assembler. You could assemble it and you could test it and find out if it worked and then get back in. So it sped up the whole process, development process, exponentially. I mean, it made development so much faster. That's why I used it.
Yeah, and I think Dave Schuchin, Dave Dyes, and Roland also did. They wrote it for that specific purpose too. It requires a Coco 3. I think it requires 512K too. Is that correct? Or remember?
It could be. I don't know if that's true, but it could be.
Yeah, because most of the projects you guys were writing were quite large, so you
It
want as much
was.
RAM as possible.
It was, but I think I was using it before we actually did any Coco 512K specific projects. So, but that doesn't mean we didn't have 512K Cocos to code them on. we
Yeah, and
probably
Doug
all
obviously
did.
used it for Contras when he started that before Jeff Steidel finished it. So
That's right. Yeah, I'm amazed that was a way to get it. It's because I'm sure I made it available to him just so we could try to get Contras done.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something a lot of us are really curious to see, because we've heard stories from Dave, from yourself, and others that you know, how much faster the assembler was compared to anything else commercially out at the time, including third party.
It made a huge difference, and I couldn't even imagine going back to any other assembler after using that.
Okay, so we'll mention for people, if you look Phantasm, that's spelled Phantasm on the Coco archive. You can actually get a copy of it. The editor and the assembler are two different programs, bin files on there. And we'll soon have some documentation there, and so you don't have to just guess the prompt.
I think I mentioned before the show started that I was after them to make documentation for it. I mean, I was insistent that they do that because I couldn't sell it unless I had some documentation, and they just would not. They had no interest. They barely had any interest in marketing it as a product. So I was like dragging them into making it into a commercial product, but they did not want to write documentation. I think I would have had to have written it at the time.
Yeah, they wrote a tool that was working from them. That's all they cared about, I think.
That's exactly. And I was the one that said, this is great. People will love this. They will want to use it. And they're like, oh, maybe. Who knows?
Well, it falls in line with what I asked earlier in the chat, is who follows the old adage, when all else fails, read the manual. Well, I think for programmers, making documentation is probably
it's like pulling
an
teeth.
option.
Yeah, and if you look at the code, there's like no comments in it either.
Yeah, they just wrote it off the cuff, off the top.
I swear. I mean, if you look at my code, I was all about comments.
Me too. Like if you look at my parts of Nitrous 9, there's comments on every friggin' line, which
absolutely
is probably overkill.
Yeah,
but...
probably overkill. I agree.
No, it's never overkill. I have to say, I over document things myself, and it's never overkill, because 2 months down the road,
or 25 years down the road, all of a sudden, what?
Yeah.
What was I doing?
Already 2 months down the road, I don't know what the heck I was doing that for.
And actually, I think there was a huge reason why it was possible to take Kium Guide to be Ninja into OS 9. It was because I over documented. I had everything really compartmentalized, and I documented everything. So he told me
because it was Kevin Darling and Eddie Kuntz, I think, were the two.
Yeah, Kevin Darling was originally took it, but he was the one that said, "Thank God, it is structured the way it is. It has all the comments," because that was the only way he was. And then Eddie Kuntz came and finished it up.
Yeah, Eddie's actually going to try to make it out to a Coco Fest here soon. I talked to him.
That's great.
Messenger just a little while ago, so hopefully he'll come out for a while. He's been in a few of them, like in the late 2010s. I don't think he's been in the ones in the 2020s yet. So
that's very cool.
We just have to get you out to one of these here. Bring a bunch of books to get signed and sell. So that actually is worth your while.
Yeah. Yeah. I always say I'd love to. It's just it's hard to make it happen. Where are you holding them now?
They're still in the Chicago area, so it's moved a few times as well. But yeah,
Carroll Stream, Illinois, right now.
Got it. And do you do the same time every year?
Roughly, it's usually April or May, depending on when dates fall, when the hotel's booked, etc. I mean, another option. I mean, quite a few of us go to VCFs, and there's some VCFs that are much closer to you. Like there's one in Los Angeles, for example.
One in Mountain View.
Yeah, that's right too.
Wow.
So maybe if we arrange that and kind of make a little aside for you there.
Yeah, maybe. Keep me up to date. Let me know.
Mark, do you know when the next one is in that area? I can't remember what time of the year.
It's like the first weekend of August. It's like second, third, fourth, something like that. That's when it's in Mountain View, California.
That's part of the Computer Museum too, isn't it? That one?
Yes. Museum of Computing History. Sorry, Computer History Museum.
And so it'd be a Mysterium blog guest appearance.
GlenDahlgren.com.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah. Once you send that there, I'll probably type up a text version just so people can read it quickly off the disk. But I'll keep the original notes too, just to show how we did in the old days.
Absolutely.
Right over the phone.
So yes, thank you again for having me here. I always enjoy dropping in with you guys. I'm always glad when I have something to share, and
Yeah, and I tried to rip a little bit more Coco stuff out of you each time too.
Each time, I know, but and you figured out something I could bring. that I actually was able to find. So I'm happy to do what I can. But I also do appreciate the opportunity to chat about the my writing, and for any of you who are interested, please jump in with both feet into the series. I think you'll enjoy it. People
and I
tend
hope that
to
the movie TV right thing, I hope that does work out. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, odds are always against something like that actually happening, but you never know. It's all about who you know, and if they can get it in front of the right people. I think the material is good enough. It just needs to get the right fans, in the right places.
There's a window too. Again, there's only so much bandwidth available, so you got to have the right window where it's like, we need something.
Yeah, it's true. You have to hit the right people at the right time. But luckily, fantasy is sort of evergreen, and it's been proven to work on the big streamers. I should have been really pushing when the streamers were just hungry. They were buying anything that they could, but we are no longer in that environment. Maybe at some point they'll come back around.
Pendulum swings.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you again. I appreciate you
thanks for
having
coming
me.
by.
Absolutely. And I'll be back next time for book 5, I suppose it will be.
Hey.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Glenn. We appreciate it here on the CoCoNation and the chat and everywhere else.
Most excellent.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
It's fun to see where one of the Coco greats went afterwards too. So,
well, I appreciate that title. That's awesome.
You are a Coco great.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. Thanks. All right. Thanks very much. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Glenn.
All right, let's run into commercial break.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo Aaron, joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Barry Tompkinson, Boysen Tech, Brendan Donnie, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Askham, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Segard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jeffrey Drywater, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Michael Hill, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Bateson, Terry Trapp, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hey everyone, I'm TJB Chris, and I'm watching the CoCoNation live show, and so are you. And probably shouldn't be pointing that thing at you. Enjoy!
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Jerome B. says, "Hello, I have just bought my first Coco 1 and I am eager to explore what it has to offer. Right now I am looking for a best way to get it going since it's a 110-volt NTSC machine and I'm located in Denmark." Walker says, "Hi, I'm Walker from the Amiga HOL project, amiga.abeam.net, an Amiga game database that includes references to non-Amiga versions of each game. I'm currently working on Coco versions and was hoping to find answers to a few questions here." Kipio says, "Hi, I'm Kipio. I have a lot of different retro computers, but relevant to this channel I have a Coco 3, which I can never seem to be able to get RGB out working on for some reason. I've been into retro computers for several years now, from a collecting standpoint, a repairing standpoint, a using standpoint, and a lot more standpoints as well." The preceding bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen Tech, Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, Wingnut 2626, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
All right. Boy, now I know why they want you use fans and filters when soldering, man. This stuff is nasty. Smoky and smelly.
What is
Yeah,
that?
you should,
That's
have
the
an
fun
exhaust
part.
system.
The Chip Quick Flux.
Oh, it has a pleasant smell though.
Is it no clean or is it the regular flux?
No
It's
clean.
No clean, so I mean it's dirty.
Yeah.
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 That is great though for surface mount rework stuff.
Absolutely.
It's my favorite stuff too. So
Yep. Let's see.
Stuff I'd use.
One I use.
Let's see. Turn that off. Turn this on. All right. Acquisitions and updates. Let's start with some short ones first. Rick.
Sure, why not? So I guess we'll start with this thing. I guess when a print
clear
head
something.
and a print bed like each other very much.
Oh, plexiglass.
They get married.
No, this is tempered glass. It somehow
fractured,
spawned off this bit there.
Is it
think
bubbled or is it?
Can you just flip it over?
No,
and use the other side?
it chipped a big piece out of the tempered glass.
Oh.
Without exploding it, which is really cool. I think the print head was right here.
Oh.
And going down. Yeah.
Crash.
So yeah, that worked out really well. And as a result, I now had to create some new reality. Here's the create a reality box, which gives you a driver board that doesn't drive the print head into the print bed at extreme force.
Firmware on the other one?
Well, the other one has some kind of issue. It's not sensing things right and going crazy. It was the one that was making the heat problem from nothing, which wasn't really a heat problem. It was just crazy.
I thought there was a heat problem.
Yeah, so the driver fixed that.
Like a lot of crazy people. They think things that aren't real. Yeah.
Which led us on to doing more work. So couldn't find VO5, but this is mainly alcohol and water. So from the cheap Mega Mart store.
I was just going to say, for you, it should be beard spray.
Oh, yeah. Right.
From the fine folks at Meyer.
Right. And it allowed me to complete my magic book page or electronic book page, I guess, which is a trampoline. So wherever you push on it, it clicks the switch in the middle because it wants to lever off of the other corner from where you push it.
It gives you a broad range of
so you can push pretty much anywhere within here. And on this side, it reminds me of like dropping off the kids at gym class or something because it's a bunch of trampolines in a grid. So
hey, Rick, Brian Blake says his Creality printer doesn't have a Creality board anymore. Is that an option?
Probably makes sense. I just grabbed another one because they were dirt cheap and it was easier than fixing the one I had. So now I've got the part. It fits in a regular book, little book, instead of a big binder. So, and copiers also have the adjustment so any page made for the big electronic book can be automatically reduced to exactly this size. So it's a good derivative project. Now I just have to adjust some of my numbers because Ken's numbers aren't quite the same as mine. So I've got to, using fixed resistors, fix it. Oh, and then the other thing that happened was, let me throw this in chat. I finally got the GitHub up for the Trek game that I was talking about last week. I've been a little bit off my feed because of my back and didn't get anything really much done, but I did get the site finally up. So I will distribute this around to everyone that I was going to talk to last week so we can hopefully talk to next week.
Excellent. I want to talk to you more about it too.
The game, we've got the source codes up and some explanations and some manuals and stuff. So backgrounder is in place now, finally, at last. And I can walk again and dance. So
by the way, Marco, can you bring your mic up a bit? You're on a 2 today.
Sorry, I'm about this far away from it here. My cat's in the way.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
That's a cat issue. Yeah.
Let's
cat
see.
problem. Okay.
So that's me. I actually completed a couple of things this week, so I'm happy enough to want to share.
Cool. All right.
I think there's a cat right behind you, Marco.
Yeah, watch out.
Let's see. Jason.
Oh,
You had something.
yeah, I got a quick one. Where'd it go? There we are. Okay. As some of you know, I went to the Vintage Computer Festival Midwest last weekend, and I acquired something here. Let me out here.
As one should.
As one should. Yeah, there we go. I got the Return from Interrupt CD from the Stop Bits, which of course, you know, that's
Taylor and Amy.
Taylor and Amy for certain. It's been on the program before here. Plus
Rebecca.
Yeah, and
Veronica Explains.
Veronica Explains, and I forget the fella's name.
Some dude,
some guy. I forget who it is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
He's bass too. I should know this answer.
yeah,
Action Retro or something, isn't it?
Right, I think so.
Right.
Shane, something.
Shane. I don't
remember.
know. I forget.
The bass
I'm
player,
terrible.
good enough.
Yeah, I'm terrible at things, but they were giving these away after the performance,
Nice.
so got
Awesome.
that. There's 5 tracks on that, and
We should mention too, we'll be showing it later in the news here, but Jason actually recorded a video about VCF, and he's got some clips of the band going.
I do too. And I'm going to throw in the if you want to get an album now, they have a digital version. I think this was just a limited freebie, but you can get a digital version
Bandcamp.
of the album. Yeah, the stopbits.bandcamp.com. And I just went ahead and threw that in the chat. But and other than that, I do have another message from Taylor and Amy to the CoCoNation. They said they wanted to say hello, and it said next time you're on, make sure you say, tell the CoCoNation we said hello. So
yeah, they were just on This Week in Retro last week too, and they actually mentioned the CoCoNation as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
And L Curtis Boyle by name.
Yeah,
L Curtis Boyle.
That was a bit overwhelming to hear all that. Actually, that was.
Yeah, they actually mentioned his name was mentioned 3 times actually.
Yeah. Now it's gone to my head, so I want to raise.
Did L Curtis Boyle appear after we mentioned his name 3 times?
No,
yeah, I'm here, aren't I?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, you are definitely. And that's all I had. Yep, I have a video. We can talk about that later, but that's it.
All right. Let's see. Next up on my list is Richard Orbieski.
Oh boy, I'm not prepared. Yeah, actually, I'm kind of prepared. Just have a few announcements. Number one, Bob Emery, also known as Coco Bob over on Discord. He did a assembly for the Coco SDC. He did a video for me, and it is up on his channel. And I put a link on Facebook, and I will also be putting a link on it on my webpage probably within an hour. Did an excellent video. It's
how to put the kit together, right?
Yeah, how to put the kit together. Yes. So I really appreciate what he stepped up and did it, and I am forever grateful that he did it for me because I've been kind of putting it off, and then I was gonna, I did a few segments with it and I wasn't too happy with it, but I mean, he came through with it. It's about a 20-minute video, very thorough. So those who've been wanting to put it together and we're waiting for a video, well, it's finally here. And again, I think it was worth the wait.
Yeah, it was very well done from what I saw.
Yeah.
Now, Curtis, are you going to watch? Are you going to get a kit and do the video?
Well, let's not get insane here.
Okay.
He's got to find a working soldering iron first. That's not dangerous.
I have a working soldering iron.
Yeah, safety first.
Works in my hair, anyway.
It's safe. He keeps it unplugged and you cut the cord off. Cut the cord off. He keeps it locked in a box.
Curtis, you did see Tim's call out to you, didn't you, on his post on Discord?
Oh, I did, but I'm trying to remember what he said.
He was soldering something up, and he put his arm right down on top of the soldering iron. It has about a 2-inch.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he showed they have the wound.
Yes, yeah. So he
Yeah.
said the risk is real, or the whatever.
Yeah.
It is, or something like that.
If it smells like chicken, you're holding it wrong.
Yeah. Or you're cooking chicken, one of the two.
Yes.
Wrong one. I need to unshare this screen, but
I don't see share on there.
It's relevant.
let me
You know,
stop
I don't
sharing.
have my unshare thing anymore. Zoom took it away.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna
Yeah, the
take a-
chat interface really changed in Zoom too here, I noticed today. I was like, what the hell? And also,
So,
welcome to Nick, who just joined us. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay,
Hi,
so
everyone.
the other announcement I had was it was a kind of a final moment. A couple of people had told me that there was possibly openings over at Tandy Assembly, and I reached out to Pete Sadinsky, and I was able to get a vendor table at Tandy Assembly, so I will be there. So if you didn't go to VCF, and you are going to Tandy Assembly, I will be there. I will have the 512 memory card expansion cards for the Coco 3. I'll be demonstrating the beta version of my 2 meg redesign like I did at VCF. I'll have a couple of other stuff that I'll have for sale. But
We
yeah,
have Paragon, the Paragon adapters there? Or?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll have those as well. And one of my friends had worked at the repair center when I was there. Our repair center way back in the 80s, it was one of the actually first repair centers for Tandy. It was one of the first original computer stores that they had with the Model 1 and such. And when they shut the shop down finally in 2003, they've moved around throughout San Antonio about, I think it was 6 times. And I'm surprised that there was a lot of stuff that survived from the original days. He came across a manual, I believe, for the expansion interface from the Model 1 that was only given to the repair centers before any of the manuals were released, along with schematics that are the size of a poster board. They're folded up. But I was going to bring those. If they don't have those archived, I think Pete does a lot of archiving for the Tandy stuff. I'll probably lend them to him so he can do that. But I'm going to bring several items for Model 1 stuff.
Cool. You can have the Coco SDC kit so people can use Bob's video to.
Oh yes. I'll have some of those. I'm slowly running out. I believe I have about 30 left. So if you're sitting on the fence, now would be a good time to order one. So just giving you fair warning.
What's the going price?
Going price for just the kit itself is $48. If you want a case to go with it, it's $20 extra. If you want a fully assembled kit, it is $85.
So how many kits did you put together?
That's cool.
You're almost out.
Over 100.
Wow.
So you've sold 70 already since then.
Yeah, so a little over 70.
Wow.
Besides, sitting on the fence is a pain in the butt.
Yes.
Depending on, especially depending on what kind of fence it is.
Yes, it is. So
picket fence.
Barbed wire.
But I think a lot of people held off because there was no video, and of course, I didn't have the SDC cases, and I got that taken care of, and now finally we got a assembly how-to video. So like I said, this would be a good time because I don't think if these run out, I don't think I'm going to put together any more. I think I might have spare parts for maybe 10 more after that. I really don't want to buy. Usually when I buy stuff, I usually buy them in groups of 50 or 100. And I just don't want to put that kind of money in because Darren Atkinson, the person who originally designed the SDC, had indicated he was going to come out with a new version. And when it's going to come out, I don't know. I'm not in the loop at all. So it could be tomorrow. It could be
So you don't want to do the same mistake that Osborne did.
Right. I don't want to hold a bunch of inventory that may that'll just sit there and collect dust. So
and it's not just a redesign. There's extra features added onto the new one that he's working
extra
on.
features and things like that. And again, I have no idea when it's coming out or what features that are available. So again, and I don't know what the price is on those. So again, like I said, once they're gone, they're going to probably be gone. So
be gone.
Yes,
cool. Well, it's good.
gone.
I'm glad you're making a Tandy Assembly so that people can check out your wares there and
right.
take a look at your new upgraded 2 meg kit. We did cover it last week from the pictures you posted right before the show there.
Right.
I like the fact it looks like a real boomerang on the Rambo. I think you said you might be changing that.
Check the chat, Curtis.
Which chat?
The
YouTube.
Yeah.
Franklin Harris has info.
Oh, and YouTube chat. Okay. Oh, a few
there we
weeks
go.
out from releasing the SDC2. Okay, cool.
Oh, okay.
But doesn't have a real-time clock.
Oh, that's great.
I can't say anything without Frank approving and Darren approving it first, so I'll leave them up to them.
That is
thanks, Frank. Now
that is
I
one of
just
those rhetorical questions.
Now that I just bought the last one, quote unquote, now Frank comes out number 2. It's like when you buy a Macintosh and next week they come out with the next one. Jeez.
You got to remember though, Darren gives out firmware updates, so he's added new features to the existing SDC, like adding streaming and all that other stuff. So you get upgrades for a while. Software-wise.
All right.
Tandy Assembly's next weekend, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Are they doing the deal again where if you have a badge from Coco Fest, you can
attend
for free?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yep. So, and I had talked to a few people. One was Chris T. He was the guy that came with the. It's kind of hard because I have a blurred background. He did an open source multi-pack interface, and I had announced that I was going to do a design one. And what he was when we were talking about this, what he said made a lot of sense because he said what he did with his, it was basically he copied the manual from Tandy, the 3024. And I said, well, yeah, it's a great design, but I was going to use the CPLD. And then he, what he said really kind of like made sense. He was like, the reason he did it his way was, what about 10 years from now or 15, 20, when, you're not around and it needs to be repaired or, how to reverse engineer it, there's nothing there. It's sort of like if you bought a Howard Medical multi-pack interface. We don't have any, we don't have any schematics or anything about it. And with his, it's like, yeah, you could just get the Radio Shack manual because it's readily available, online, certain places. And it's like, that kind of makes sense. So
Future proofed.
Yeah, feature proof. And I think I might do something like that, or I might just, get some kits put together for a multi-pack interface and just have, people can put them together, sort of like, a little fun project. So, but I might go with that. I also bought a keyboard, not a replacement keyboard, but had parts with it. It was Mike Rojas. And I didn't think anything of it. I had bought it a few years back and I finally got, it's like, okay, there's this dead keyboard I need, and I put it together. I was like, this is actually pretty cool. And I was going to reach out to him and see, because his is open source, and I was going to see if, if I could get permission to like use his design, or if we could do something, with it. And it just so happens he was at VCF and he called down and goes, "That's my keyboard." And he was glad that somebody was using it. But I was talking to him, and we might, come up with a deal with another source for replacement keyboards. I think the more the merrier as far as getting a product, out there, choices that people can do for replacement keyboards. So that may be coming down the future.
Cool. We also got a mention from Frank in the chat here. He said the SDC2 does have a real-time clock.
Okay. So I ain't going to do any real-time clock stuff. And
that market's overhyped anyway.
Yeah, I know.
That's just a standard question.
Yeah, the third announcement is I've been intrigued with fujinet, and I had talked to Thomas Cherryholmes, who's the guy who's, I guess, running or at the head of
He's
the
the
Fuji
showrunner. Yeah,
yeah,
project
the
runner.
showrunner for it.
Project runner,
And
yeah.
I had talked to him about, because I talked to other people, because one of the things I didn't want to do was provide fujinet boards and such to where I didn't want to like muscle in or because these things can get kind of expensive if you buy in bulk and stuff like that, and I just didn't want to you know trample on anybody else who's trying to support it or sell it. And talking with Thomas, he was like, no, he was more than happy to have another vendor. Because I told him, I said, I'd be more than happy to provide as far as a reliable source for fujinet boards for at least the Coco, and make them cheap and affordable. I mean, he told me the criteria. Basically, they design it, they put it on GitHub, and he says it's anybody's game to take it and put them together and sell them. He says they don't want any compensation or anything like that. So I was like, well, that's a cool thing to do. So I'm gonna commit to the fujinet, the network, and also provide at least a hardware and support channel for at least the color computer, maybe other platforms, but we'll see how that goes. And that's basically all the stuff that I have to say today.
Cool. I'm really looking forward to the 2 meg because we do need a second source for that. That's awesome.
Right. Yeah, and I just want to clarify on the 2 meg board, because some people thought it was available now. It's going to be available probably Thanksgiving, but more likely Christmas time. So, and I still haven't determined a price point yet.
Is that U.S. or Canadian Thanksgiving time?
That's
He lives
my
in the
time.
US. What do you expect?
Also, I just got a text from Frank, and he said he wants to prove that the new SDC2 has a real-time clock. So he sent me a picture of a corner of the new board, which this will be a world premiere here. Find that here.
It's got a Casio on it.
Yeah, I was about to say, prove it with a picture or it doesn't exist.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's
32.768 kilohertz.
And I think the chip right below that is the real-time clock chip, I'm guessing.
It says DS, so it's got to be Dallas Semiconductor.
Yeah, possible. Yeah, it seems legit.
That's really good AI deep fake.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, but AI pictures, they don't know how to spell.
Right.
Have you noticed?
Plus, they'd probably clean up all the the solder flux and stuff.
Yeah.
True.
Some flux residue, but that.
Hey, there's a teaser for you. So Frank had mentioned the chat here. It's going to be out in a few weeks, and they have purposely held out, from mentioning it because they did want Richard to be able to sell as many of the SDC kits as he could. So,
oh, okay.
I thank Frank for doing that.
I guess you're done now, there, Richard.
Oh no!
No, the thing is, it doesn't make the Coco SDC any less. Like, some people don't want a real-time clock, so do you need to get the upgrade type thing that you'll have to decide on your own?
Name one person
that doesn't want it.
I don't need a real-time clock.
All the RS-DOS game players don't care.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not a big OS 9 person. I'm so real-time clock, it's just a fun joke for me.
Well, and I've got a network card, so I just grab the time and move on. So,
well,
it's
and
not
the
a
other
big
thing,
deal sometimes.
The other thing is, my whole intention when I had the kits or came in with the kits is it's a fun way, putting those things together, and having something that they could use, and also get rid of the inventory that I had. I knew when I put them up for sale, Darren made it clear. He said, don't order any more parts for it because they're coming out with this new version. And again, I didn't know when it was going to come out. I didn't know any of the features. I was not part of the development or had any input or anything like that. So.
And you just sent me a couple other updates. I'm just copying them out now.
So from personal experience, when Zipster first started making the Coco SDCs, I bought 2 kits from him. This was November of 2024. And so I was still new to the Coco. I mean, I only had one for a couple of years at that point. So I really enjoyed sitting down and putting together the kit. I mean, that was a lot of fun to sit down and go through the pieces and use my experience from my day job, how to put stuff together to build things in the right order so you don't get stuck. And
right, yeah, the original Coco STC. I mean, it's all through hole, and it's really a great little kit. I mean, it's pretty much goof proof to put together.
Mm-hmm.
So,
not Curtis proof.
Yeah, not Curtis proof, but
yeah, that's
well,
yeah.
Well, you have to be this tall and know how to use a soldering iron, but you know.
Right. I got the tall part down. It's just the soldering iron
it's
part.
The soldering
trouble
part,
with.
yeah, exactly.
It's a soldering iron, not a curling iron.
You just don't grab it by the pointy end.
Ooh.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Ooh, it's exciting.
So basically, it's going to be the same thing, except with a real time clock, and it's
shorter.
So it's all surface mount stuff.
Yeah, and there's some updates to the DOS, the SEC DOS and stuff coming. And if I remember from what Darren told me quite a while ago, so hopefully things haven't changed, but some of those updates are going to be for the original Coco SDCs too. So if you have one, you will be getting some extra features as well.
Okay, cool.
I wonder if it's going to be having any additional chips that may generate sounds or something, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Frank's
You're
still
wishing
doing
for
upside down, right?
all in one, basically.
Yeah. Frank just posted a little update. He said we're working out on a tiny bug with F boards. So Coco 1 F boards are having some, I don't know if it's a timing issue or something, but as I'm sure Rick is aware of, that occasionally some Cocos behave differently from other Cocos. And
Don't they ever?
I was gonna say, Rick, didn't you have a similar issue? All right.
There's your sneak peek. That'll be coming out sometime in October, by the sounds of it.
It's almost next month.
So, all right. So next up, I have Brian as optional. Do we want to move on to news or take a peek at what Brian has?
Oh, Brian first. He's way more interested in the news.
No, go ahead and pass. I've been working on some stuff. I really wasn't planning on it, so
okay.
Looking at the
so
time,
we are not exercising our Brian option.
Nope.
Nope.
We are going to be no on Weasler.
Unless Nick has an update. Did you have any update that you wanted to show?
I didn't prepare for anything.
Well, when are you ever prepared? That's not the question.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, well then how many lines of code did you actually code this week for your pinball machine game?
Yeah.
The game itself is finished. Now I'm trying to package it all up. It doesn't quite fit on a single disc at the moment. It's just over, so I'm just trying to put some compression in to get it a bit smaller, so it goes on a single disc.
Do you I don't think anybody in the show live, Nick, has seen what the final table board looks like. Like you've done some changes. I know I've seen personally, but did you want to just kind of give people a sneak preview? And also, Ken Wilmot does have an update too. I just want to mention that he's been waving his hand here in the background.
Okay.
So.
Oh, is that what that's for?
Duke him first, and I'll try to prepare something here.
We're nothing but prepared on this show.
In other words, Ken Wilmot, go ahead and get in there and stall for Nick.
Yeah.
I see an MC10.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. I'm famously
we can.
having. Okay, good. Yeah, it's an MC10, and I'm doing some fun stuff with it. I'm hoping next week. I've got a four line by 40 column LCD display.
I got that same model. 3 copies.
It fits so nicely on there. So we're going to try and make it work on there.
So it'll become the PC10.
Yeah, it's a lot like that funny one. I don't know what it's called, but the Tandy,
like the Model 100 had a 8-line, 40 column by 8 line, I think.
Yeah, kind of that concept.
Yeah, the 100, exactly right. Yeah. Well, it'll still have what it already has, right?
Now, is that a color or a black and white or whatever LCD?
Oh, it's monochrome. I did find out now there's a lot better choices of colors on the displays. Like this is the cheapo version, which is black on sort of pale green that's always been around. But you can get some really nice ones now in like all kinds.
They have
And
single
with
monochrome
better contrast too.
Yeah, mine is that I'm holding up is actually white background, so it's really crisp. You're right, but the one I got was the higher model ones, higher quality ones. But yeah, but have you noticed a small little annoyance about these ones? Have you tried programming them yet?
I haven't plugged it in yet. It's brand new.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I warn you in advance, or do you want to find out?
No, I want to know.
Okay. The problem with these...
wait. Do I have to wear safety glasses or?
Yes. You will want to wear safety glasses for your intellect.
What is this?
Because lines, it's like line 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You think that you write the line 1, 2, 3, and 4, but actually they are interleaved together. So if you want to actually do a scrolling effect, you have to take that into account, that you're interleaving the lines, and both the top lines and the bottom lines have a chip select for each. So you have to address the top portion, bottom portion, but when you want to do a scrolling effect, you have to take into consideration that you need to take into account that line 1 and 3 are together and 2 and 4 are together.
So it's really a 2-line by 80 column, just 2-line by 40 column, just really rolled over.
Basically.
Yeah. Like a one big 160 line that just rolled over.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Apple designed it or something.
I managed to do a driver for it, but it took a while to figure out, oh wait, I have to do this, do that, and do this. So but you'll have fun. It's fun. It was fun, honestly.
Yeah.
Define fun.
I saw a comment.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw a comment on the vendor page. Someone said, only use one chip select, which now makes no sense, but we'll find out. Anyway, the other thing is there's this, which is, so there's Darren Atkinson's SD card reader for the MC10, which has been around quite a long time, but hasn't been available for probably about a year or more on Zipster's.
He does occasionally throw, like, he'll make like 6 or 10 and they sell it like within a day and a half, so they disappear for another 8 months. So
maybe, but I haven't seen that happen lately. Like I can't say that I checked every day, but I'm not sure. But anyway, certainly it's been, if you just sort of went there randomly, your chances of finding one there would be
close to
virtually nil.
Yeah.
So we another Discord member and I had a bit of an discussion on the Discord server, and invoked Darren as well, and talking about this, and got his permission and technical documents sufficient to build some. And so this member and I went ahead and ordered boards and figured out how to build it, ordered the parts, and I'm building 2 for my own personal use, and the other member is building 8, which he will use, keep a few, and give to some friends. And it was fun, and it got me, some backup, because I only had 1, and then there was an impromptu meeting of 3 MC10 enthusiasts in one place yesterday. because which is you have to think that's a pretty rare occurrence, or at least it is where I am. And we got to sit and have coffee and chat for a while, and while we were swapping this stuff, Henry bought
Physically in the same place.
yeah, it's a conspiracy, right? MC10 conspiracy. And I sold the old one to Henry, who was pretty happy with it. And I think that's it. Oh yeah, just the other thing is, right, I have a writer's block. This is my writer's block. And I try to get rid of it. Every time I throw it out, it comes back. Anyway, I believe that's it for this week.
Yeah, but you need to have you stop having multiple copies of that writer's block.
True.
Cool. Well, before we get to Nick, and thanks Ken for the update, and it's nice to see that there's people making the SD32X or whatever it's called again. There's been a lot of demand for it. Some of these new games, including the one that Ron Deville is a special agent for, will require it. So hopefully they can get them made again, because a lot of people want to try to these games and haven't got that yet. Won't have it, or maybe have the MSX 128, which adds the RAM and the upgraded extended basic, but doesn't add the SD card reader. So, which is required for some of these newer games. So, but before we get to Nick, though, Frank sent me one last picture of the Coco SDC2. This is the entire board, so I thought I'd show that before we go to Nick. And we bought you enough time, Nick?
Yeah, all right.
You have to hold it upside down for Nick.
Oh, now we can actually reverse engineer the thing. Except the Xilinx
That's little or nothing.
It's got less in it than the original.
Yeah, thank God for Xilinx.
Is that a sound chip?
Is that a CPLD or an FPGA?
If
That's
you
what I
want.
want to know.
That still works with the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it should be compatible. It's basically the same as it is now, just with a bunch of extra features. But the big thing is that some of the chips that were used in the original SDC are getting really hard to find. And will be discontinued soon. Yeah, so basically it'll become an obsolete product you can't build anymore. So this is one of the reasons.
So this is post-COVID stuff that will presumably continue.
The only
on.
reason it won't work with the Dragon is because the silk screen says Coco. So you need to have another one with a silk screen that says Dragon.
But that might be on the other side, disc up there. What does that do?
I think we can fix that with a sticker.
Yeah. And it might be on the other side too. So. And Mikey in the chat, you must have just joined because yes, we already said it does have a real-time clock. Hence the 2032 battery, I'm guessing here.
Yeah, and the little clock in the corner there.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, there's your sneak preview. So
nice.
Very nice.
And now another sneak preview from Nick, who's saying his pinball game is getting close to release.
Getting there. Let me just make sure I've got sound on, and we'll see if we can share this.
See, but on Australian pinball, the pinballs fall up.
Okay, is that coming through?
Yes, it is. I don't know if the sound is because we're not hearing anything, but
yeah, no, I'll start the game. I'll see how I go. I'm still a bit groggy because I just woke up.
It's loud and pink.
Game. Hey.
It's loud and pink.
Loud and pink, yeah. Well, magenta actually.
Magenta technically, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Now it's complete. I've done all the code. As I said earlier, I just can't fit it all on one floppy disk. It's just short by I think 2 granules. So I haven't done any compression on any of the files. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, trying to get it a bit smaller. But I'll just start the game, I guess. Now there's a background now in there from compared to what I did last time. A few other little buttons and things to activate on the screen as well. I'll just play it.
Is that background an astronomical picture?
No, it's a sunset.
It's a sunset, man.
Okay. Oh, it's astronomical still.
Oh, I'm not getting anything here. Oh,
You
gee.
made Nick completely jump the
Yeah, I
shark.
know. I'm still half asleep.
Well, so is most of the audience.
Well, you sure managed to get.
And
the
they'll be fully
physics
asleep
of
once
it
the news
all.
starts.
Yes.
I like.
Now we should
I think
mention
I
on
could-
those top bumpers, the 50-point ones, you have to hit the red to do it. The yellow's kind of the background of the table, in case you're
Oops.
wondering why it doesn't light up when you hit the yellow.
Pretty good.
And this will require 128K, Nick, or was it require 512?
512, yeah.
Probably because of all the digital samples, I'm guessing.
Well, the page is double height, so
No, that's true too. Yeah, the scrolling.
That's really cool. I want it.
Right.
hang on.
I was
You gotta-
afraid the scrolling wouldn't work, but it's fine now.
Yeah. Wow.
And the physics are pretty good.
Close.
Especially for considering there's no math.
Right.
I know.
Right.
I know.
I still got to fine
All
tune.
the all this using integer math.
Yeah, that's all it's doing. I mean, I have no skills at doing all the physics maths, so I'm sort of winging it as I go.
Well, there's not
It's still a
time
few-
anyway with the 8-bit CPU, so you've got the right approach.
Yeah.
No, we'll just put a math coprocessor on it.
There's one available, so you could.
Try to find it.
Right, you haven't, so here, play this.
Well, there's somebody who made a third-party one with a math cart that has a bunch of accelerated, and then there's the Motorola ROM, which is basically just a bunch of ROM routines.
Yeah, ROM, right.
Ah,
What about Ron?
Ron.
Does this have a no bug guarantee? And if you find one,
well, Nick's code doesn't ever have bugs, so it doesn't have to guarantee it.
Yeah.
It's
The manual's just incomplete. That's all.
There's no bugs. They're just unintended features.
Yeah, he just
That's
creates new
it.
physics, folks. That's all he does.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the game so far, and not that I'm
Nice.
playing it very well.
Now, I was going to
And,
ask you, Nick, because I haven't talked to you too much about this in a while, but I think you were getting Buck Owens to help test it. How did that
Yeah,
go?
so that'll be the next thing. I've got to pass it on to Buck, and once I get it compressed down in size a bit.
And then add some more digits for the score.
Well, not
I already
really.
bugged him about that too.
No,
No,
if Buck's gonna play it, you need more digits.
Yep, exactly.
Buck's gonna break it somehow.
No, it's not. He won't get there. I'm pretty sure he won't.
I think you said that on your last couple of games too, and that didn't happen.
No,
Buck will be like,
I've,
"Hold my beer."
Yep, I'll have it to you in a day. I'll break your score table.
Just add
It's
levels.
it's been Buck protected.
That sounds really bad.
Good night, everybody.
Should sell it to Tandy.
So once you push this out of your factory, is there another one coming of another consequence?
Yeah, you've got that other Coco 1 and 2 game. You've got kind of.
I've got another game. I'm in idea form.
So can we play this for the the Game On challenge?
Well, when
Once it's released, yeah.
Yeah, we usually do.
We're gonna have to ask Ken Waters about that.
No, absolutely not. I refuse to put a pinball game on the Game On Challenge.
No, sorry. Just not gonna happen. I'm sorry. Or is it sorry?
So
Of course,
Sorry.
The only way you can play this game faster if on the VCC and crank it up.
Oh, you could, yeah.
Yeah, I think it runs fast enough as it is.
Does it?
Yeah.
I'm sure it looks even better
to be
on
faster though.
I mean,
in person.
I'll speed it up now. Actually, what is it? It's F8.
Yeah, run it at Gimme X speed.
It's in high speed mode on BCC.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Good luck with all of that.
Yeah, I think we just lost some frames there going halfway across the world.
Oh yeah, no, it's just yeah, you can't play it. Oh, damn, I missed it again.
Well, if you had a real-time clock just to make sure the timings are fine.
Yeah.
It looks
of
good,
course,
Nick.
Oh, he's playing it upside down, so he's doing pretty well.
I've got a tilt option too. Let me hit the button, hit the table. I hit it too many times. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Nick, have you ever thought of having a game have a theme? You know, like when on your phone, you can have different backgrounds or whatever, or different color theme.
Yeah, but I mean, originally I was going to do something like that with this, but it was going to be very complicated because the different themes would have the. Oh, are you talking about a different table or just different?
Yeah, it could be different table colors or a different background color there, where you have like sunset.
It sort of is semi like that, but yeah, it was a bit more complicated to just do it. So I didn't bother with that.
Okay.
You don't want to make a 2 floppy disk pinball game?
Right.
Look, the thing is, where do you stop?
Never.
I really,
That's
I really
where
wanna-
the feature creep comes in.
That's it. You just never get out of this. So I thought, nah, this is it. I'm finishing this pinball and I'm moving on to other games.
Yeah, well,
that
you're
I-
not really a pinball fan to begin with. This is like pulling teeth for you. So
Oh, nice work done. Yeah.
This has rubber baby buggy bumpers.
That's what you want them to be, right?
Yeah.
Say that 5 times really
No way.
fast.
Yeah.
I had to think about it twice before I did.
Yeah, you roll back to the 70s if you complete it.
Yeah. But that's where I'm at. Yeah.
You are so
what
talented.
I've got.
You did a great job.
I'm going to
It's
get
coming
one.
along. Yeah.
do you have an idea yet, Nick, on what you're going to be charging for it?
Oh, probably just a $10 thing. But yeah, I don't know. I've still a bit of fine tuning to do and getting it tested by Buck Owens, as well as the compression, and then it's done. I'll move on to my next game, which
Have you shown that publicly? I know you've shown it on Discord a few times.
which one's that? The
Your
other game.
Yeah.
It's still a work in progress. I won't show anything until I know for sure what I'm going to do.
Okay.
What did you think of the Angry Bird stuff we just saw? Or did you not see it?
I didn't see that. No.
No. Okay. Have you thought of an Angry Bird one?
There's more physics there, though, and Nick hates physics.
Shoot pinballs at it. Yeah.
The game I'm coming up with does have Angry Birds. It does have Angry Birds. Not in the same way, though. So it's it's a bit of a different idea to Angry Birds.
You know, Angry Birds could go a lot of different places.
Yeah.
I get
do
Angry
have
Birds cutting
Angry
people
Birds.
off.
Hey,
in
Angry
traffic.
Birds at the bar.
They have to have the Angry Birds flying and dropping things.
Just driving, we get Angry Birds.
Right. The one finger salute.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, thanks for that update, Nick. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ken.
Hang on, I might be able to show just a title screen. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, this will be a
Well,
Coco 1 and 2 game too, right? If I remember.
Yeah, this will be a Coco 1 and 2 game.
Well,
So
first
I'll
we
just-
should start out with a corner of the title screen like we did with the SDC2, and then we can have the whole
Expand.
title
Slowly
screen.
tease it in, yeah.
Okay, I'm just getting it
Do
sized.
you have any personal music that you play while you play your games? You know, like
I do sort of stuff from the 80s.
yeah.
Okay, well now let's see. I've got to just share this screen. So this will be the title page, and that one, and that one, and if there's no boom, okay, there's the title page.
That's not a bird. That's an old dude.
That's an
Yeah,
angry
but
old dude.
there will be birds.
Oh.
I do like his name too, if you read it out loud.
Yeah, geriatric.
Anyway, that's just an idea. That's the title page. And the rest I'm still formulating.
You know, you ought to have his first finger pointing out, you know, to get out.
You have to win the game to get that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he appears to be green with envy, though.
Yeah, he's angry. So this is an angry old man rather than angry birds.
Aren't all old men angry? I know I am. No.
Right.
Grumpy,
And they usually have really bushy eyebrows.
Well, this guy does too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. He just needs
But
some
it
ear
does-
hairs added, that's all.
It's a Coco 1, and well, every Coco, but including Coco 1. So it's using a 4-color mode.
You know, those things along the bottom remind me of the one that where you shoot arrows across the screen, you know, with it has ugly colors.
Um,
Yang?
Yeah, Puyan.
All right. Well, if you notice, I've got the sky is the proper color in
Yes.
this game.
Right. At least the sky color. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Blue
There we
Sky.
go. That's simulating running on a proper Coco 2 with its glorious green background.
Woo.
Now you don't
Spoiler
have to
alert.
hit the reset button, do you?
Well, we're getting a
No,
lot of
no.
comments on this game here, Nick, in the chat. I thought I'd read a few out to you. So first of all, Arlen Murphy says Nick is going autobiographical in his next game. 60
Well,
says Pedro too, because Pedro, I think you have the flower motif on the bottom too there. TGB
All right.
Chris says Get Off My Lawn is my kind of game. And Scott Cooper, another person might beta test your pinball games. Is that a pick on Nick?
Yeah.
I think it's a pick on all of us at the moment.
Right. Pretty much.
Hey,
But that's what I'm still working on.
So you didn't have in mind to have his other hand have a gun or anything?
I was just about to bring that up.
You start with
It's
a
like he
newspaper.
read your mind, Nick.
Here's a I'll try and enlarge it a bit. There's a mock-up. That's not the real game. That's just me doodling.
Oh,
But
there's weapons.
That
There
kind of
are
reminds me of
weapons.
Bird Attack by Tom Mix, actually. The hunter in the bottom of the screen there.
We got
There are weapons.
pistols,
Duck hunt.
rifles,
Yep,
an automatic, AK
Uh-huh.
something.
and a RPG.
Woohoo!
Or a BFG.
Rocket, yeah, the BFG.
What's a PFG?
The
BFG.
big
Big
effing
effing-
gun.
Big effing gun.
Oh, well, yeah, that's right. I guess
Like
I
a
could call it
bazooka or
that.
something like that.
Yeah, well, that's what this is.
The
That is
rightmost
a-
one, yeah.
That's a big gun. Yeah, that's a big gun.
Yeah.
Basically
BFG
got-
9000 out of Doom.
Is he going to have an ammo belt?
The little red lines below each symbol is the ammo.
Ah,
Oh, okay.
So you know how much ammo each one's got.
So you haven't really earned your big bazooka yet.
No. And that'll all be empty when you first start, of course.
it's going to be cool to see how you make the feathers fly.
Well, I haven't done any of the bird graphics yet, but I do have a health bar, a health meter. Yeah, so basically as
Oh,
you're
the beating heart
playing,
thing. Okay.
the idea is you're beating hard will go faster and faster. And if
So-
it goes too fast, yeah, you got to you got to slow it down, otherwise you'll die.
You have a heart attack.
Well, let's
Not only
just say
birds, but you need drones.
a defibrillator
Oh,
will be
God.
available. There will be a
Cool. It's a
Yeah, there will
modern
be-
game.
Clear.
So you can have an ambulance come up and the two guys come out with a stretcher.
when you die, I don't know about that, but it's going to be pretty well a backyard war, a war in the backyard.
So this is a simulation then, not a game.
Well, call it what you want. Yeah.
It's a simu game.
but I guess it must have been really expensive to do all the motion capture for the movements.
Yeah, it won't be to that level.
So he's not
no,
gonna
but you
start
said
off-
you wanted to challenge yourself and do a 2-disc game, so you have to do motion capture.
Well, this is I'm thinking of making it a ROM cart game.
Cool.
Oh, so you can use double speed even on Coco 1s and 2s then.
Well, if I needed it, could, but I just thought I've never done a ROM cart game. I might give it a shot and see if I can make it into a ROM cart. Of course, that means it has to be 16K, which is very small. So that's going to be a challenge, trying to get the graphics and everything and the sound
Right.
effects into 16K. That's a very small space. So it's not going to be a big game, but I'm trying to do as much as I can in 16K.
So it's an electric fence going across there, and
Well, I can say it is. I mean, but the fence doesn't have anything to do with it. It's more as a decoration, so you can see where his garden is. Oh, they're flowers, by the way.
Now just don't poop on the flowers. Should be good.
another thought is to have power lines going across with birds sitting on the power lines.
But he's got a BFG.
Well, you could have birds sitting in the tree if you want, but
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Good
yeah.
idea.
The tree's there just for decoration at the moment, but just to give it a bit more detail, so it looks like a garden. You know, you got the yard, you got the fence line, the
Right.
flowers, and the tree. So it looks
you
like
could-
it's backyard.
You can
And,
hide birds in the tree because it's complicated enough.
can
You
hide 'em in
wouldn't
the
see them
tree.
until they come out to get you.
Either in your tree or they'll flutter down from the sky or whatever, and there will be other things, not just birds. I'm not picking on just birds. There'll be
The little kid on the bicycle from Sidewalk comes riding by.
Well, I think Mark B mentioned it before. There'll be drones, so the neighbor's drone will be another target for you to hit, and that's the guy there with the rifle pointing up in the air. So you can imagine it's just like a shoot 'em up. He's
Yeah.
going to be running back and forth shooting at birds.
Yeah, it's
I just mentioned Julian Brown in the chat. He's one of the Dragon guys in the UK. He says ROM card doesn't have to be just 16K. You have a block of I/O that can be used for controlling paging a ROM, which some other cards do.
It could do.
But then
the
it gets a
reason
bit more complicated, I guess.
It
Did you
does.
say doo doo?
No. The reason I'm just trying to keep the hardware to be simple. That's why I'm sticking to
Right.
16K. So that, I mean, I can't manufacture the ROM carts anyway. So I thought if I just make it a basic 16K ROM image, then people can make their own cartridges. That's all. Or
Now,
someone
60 is
can-
suggesting using a GMC, like one of John Linville's cartridges, game cartridges, and you get bank switching and a sound chip all built in. So
could do, but I mean, I'm trying to keep the costs down. I don't want to you have to pay.
Well, then you're renting into his
$50.
ecosystem where 16K ROM is a 16K ROM. Anyone could play it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can even, yeah, that's right. There's so many ROM carts or homemade ROM carts that you can use it on. Anything that'll take a 16K ROM for a Coco 1 and 2 is what I'm aiming at.
yeah. By the way, Franklin Harris is offering. He says we can make the carts for you at Retro E1. So
Woo! You've got a distributor.
Yeah, so if someone wants to make the cartridges and package up the whole game, I mean, I'm just doing the game, of course. So whoever wants to take over, let's wait till I finish the game first, though.
Oh, why
and
wait?
Then we can look at trying to do cartridges.
Maybe you can get the same deal with Donut Dilemma and Tom Mix.
Yeah, that went well. So,
and for those who don't know, we talked about it recently when it was part of the Game on Challenge, but Cosmic Ambush in 1992 was a game you were planning on doing a cartridge for Tandy for the Coco
it
3.
was,
But
yeah. So this
Coco
is
3
just
got canceled.
That was for Coco 3, so I never did release a ROM cart game, and that's why I thought I'll do this. And I haven't done a Coco 1 and 2 P mode graphic game since Donut Dilemma, really.
Yeah, they've all been semi-graphic stuff.
Semi-graphics. So I thought well, let's see what I can do with the measly 4 colors.
So this doesn't have to be birds. It could be people in your yard or on your.
Well, I want them coming out of the
Dogs.
sky. So unless there's people with wings,
Right. Oh, you got to make the duck hunt dog pop up behind the fence.
You can throw in Mothman from the Amigos.
it can be birds, it can be big insects, it can be a drone, anything that I can think of that can fly and attack your flowers.
And if you don't shoot enough of them, it can carry the guy away.
No, I'm thinking that they will try to carry the flowers away, the birds and.
Oh, right. And if you lose your stuff,
that's why the flowers are down there.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time on his garden, and he doesn't want it ruined.
That's right. He's defending his flower garden. That's what he's doing.
Sense.
Yeah.
And then you got deer and
birds and all that. We'll
get deer and bunny rabbits.
All right. I still think you need the duck hunt dog to jump over the fence and come grab a flower.
You need some digitized sound of birds flapping.
Yeah, well, it's a bit hard in 16K.
Yeah,
you'd have to come up with an algorithmic method of coming up with it.
I've got some ideas, but we'll see how we go. I do have a good.
Simon sounds in short space.
Yeah, no, I do have a very good gun sound already planned. So the guns are going to be pretty good. There's going to be some serious firepower there. Put it that way.
Pew, pew. Nice.
No, not pews. No, it'll be bangs. It'll be
more like bam.
Guns.
It's going to shake the screen when he shoots it.
A pistol. There's a rifle. There's a machine gun, and there's this RPG, rocket propelled grenade.
Oh,
so,
like it.
So he's got some serious firepower.
You really don't like them birds.
Sounds like Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's still an idea. So I'm just still playing with it. So I'm just doodling things and trying to make out how I'm going to try to get, well, 1, do the game, and 2, make it fit into 16K. So far it's going okay. I'm just trying to see what I can, other things I can add.
I like it. You got like a built-in handicap, because birds from the right you can see early, but birds from the left might not come out from behind that tree till they're
well,
on your head or whatever they do.
They could just drop from the top even. I
like it. There's a lot of
you could have birds kind of hidden in the trees that come out, lower or something where they can get to the flowers faster.
So maybe you can have a
your RPG. Your RPG could take some of that tree out.
Oh, there you go. And then you can see more sky, so you can shoot more birds.
And you shoot the wrong branch, it falls and crushes a flower.
You're getting all these ideas. You better write it down. Or
here comes the feature creep.
16K. That'll keep the feature creep down anyway.
I already see the old guy laying under a busted tree branch.
But if the heart rate goes too high, he'll just collapse.
He may just lay down.
They don't have a nap.
Anyway, so that's my other game, which I've been just tinkering with in between the pinball. But as soon as this pinball's out of the way, then I'll get more serious and look into this.
Okay. Well, thanks for showing that off, because I do know you've been kind of looking at this for a while. You've previewed it on Discord for a few of us. I did want to mention a couple of suggestions for weapons from the chat room. Kevin Holloway suggests a flamethrower. Tom Eric Gunnison says surface-to-air missiles. So you've got a lot of different things you could.
There's lots of things you can do.
Right.
I think I've got the weapons all organized. So
nice.
Cool.
That's it.
Okay, so do we want to go to news next? Or do we want to do the Game On Challenge next? What do you guys think?
Either.
Lately we've been starting with news and morphing that into Game On Challenge, right?
But Ken is
I don't know. I haven't been here that much lately, so
I don't know what the standard is. Our early
anymore.
Dragon news is out the window, so.
Yes,
Ken,
Dragon
you
news
around?
into regular news.
No, I'm not here.
You see, you said so.
In that case, here we go.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
And that, folks, is why I don't solder. But anyway.
I never get tired of that graphic.
I get tired of the smell of the burning flesh and hair, though. Okay, so as
I
we
hear
mentioned,
you get used to it.
Yeah, well, I got used to it by not soldering anymore. Okay, so as we mentioned there, we're going to start with the Dragon news because it's already getting pretty late in Dragonville over across the pond. So first one here is actually posted on the World of the Dragon archive forums. And if you're not a member of that, you should be because some Coco stuff gets announced there, as well as the AGD game ports when they come out. So the first one here is Mike Miller posted in the topic suggestions about a project to make an IP stack for the Dragon 64 and its built-in hardware serial port, because of course the Dragon 64 comes with both a hardware serial port and a hardware parallel port. The Dragon 32 came with just the parallel port, and the Coco came with neither of those built in. They just had the bit banger, kind of sharing that. So basically he's talking about this here, and it's going to be specifically 6551 code, which is compatible with the RS-232 pack if it's addressed right. And then he's actually got a GitHub already set up for it here too, that you can get documentation, etc. And you can see some of this stuff is actually quite old, and then he's got some stuff that he's just been updating the last week or so. So interesting to see where that experiment will go. This is
So
based
he's
on
like
running it over a serial port, of course.
recreating Slip on a Dragon.
Yeah, either Slip or PPP. Probably Slip would be easier, I would guess, judging by this folder here. It's called, called Slip.
Oh, yeah.
I seem to remember PPP required a bit more overhead, and that might have been an issue back then.
Right, right.
Because the K9Q port to the Coco 3 was Slip only too, if I remember.
Right.
Okay, after that, we have a YouTube channel called More Fun Fixing It. Did a video here showing his trip to the Northwest Computer Museum in the UK, including some shots of the Dragon 2 and Dragon 32 and 64, and a few other things like MC10s, other tier cities, etc. Now, a special note is near the end of the video, he actually picked up a Dragon 32, but he's replacing the motherboard with modern versions that he got from Julian Brown, whom I believe is actually still in the chat. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit and just kind of show you that. So it's kind of talking about what kind of stuff you can do with the stuff that Julian's been doing. Where's that at? 111.46. Roughly there.
The other thing I got, the weird thing, is this. Not this. This is a Dragon 32 keyboard with its cable replaced with a nice DuPont cable. But this is the weird thing, which is a Dragon 32 case, which doesn't seem very weird at all. It's also got some PCBs there to recreate a motherboard. Now, this is a present from Julian Brown. It's got a nice new label on it, and he's offered this to me to build. Have I still got that handy? Well, actually, he gave me this ages ago, which is a reproduction Dragon 32 motherboard. Which way up does it go? Yeah, that way. Dragon Data Limited, issue 2, recreated and modified by Julian Brown. And this is a recreation of the original board. This one is a remixed version, so there's quite a few differences between this one and this one. So, well, apparently you can build this one up using all off-the-shelf parts. He also gave me this. I put his name on it. This is a Dragon 32 or 64 power supply, and this is by the brilliant grand old Ian, and this is one of the essential things that you need, because with a Dragon 64 and Dragon 32 and 64, you've got the monitor connector is on the power supply, bizarrely. So you need power and video going through this board. It's not as simple as taking out the power supply and sticking a mean well in it.
So yeah, I won't play the whole clip. He actually goes into a fair bit more detail here, so definitely check out the video. As with all of our show links, the videos, Facebook pages, anything else we find, you can get it in the show notes that are on the Coco Discord in the news summary section, which is under the CoCoNation subsection, I guess. Those you can dig down and find it at any rate. And of course, I think R. Alan Murphy publishes these to the Coco listserv. I think on Sundays. Is that when you usually do it? I don't know if Alan's still on the call right now, but
yep, Sunday mornings.
So you can grab them from there too if you don't want to use the fancier social media. But yeah, he did the whole drive up to the thing, did a tour of the museum where you do see some dragons, MC10s, Tier City Model 1s, and a whole bunch of other things, which was quite interesting itself, because that's a museum I'm not too familiar with. And then, of course, now he's getting the special project he'll be doing, thanks to Julian. So look forward to seeing what he gets out of that when he's done. Next up, after that, we have Tony Jewell, and he's one of the organizers of a couple of shows, including the Dragon Meetup that has traditionally been in the autumn. Now, what he posted in the Dragon Owners Users Group on Facebook is, he says, "Hi, gang. I know you've been wondering if we'll do a Dragon Meetup this autumn. Unfortunately, life has been getting in the way quite a lot here." Geez, I know what that's like. "And free weekends for me are few and far between, so I'm going to make a suggestion. Instead of having this event just a couple of weeks away from the Retro Computer Festival at Cambridge, which he's also organizing, so he's trying to do two that are usually within a couple of weeks of each other. He said, how about we shift this event to the spring of next year, thinking maybe around mid-March." So he's actually taking some suggestions and comments of what people would like for that, just to make it a bit easier for him to actually do the organization. So if you are in England and you want to actually attend one of this particular, the Dragon Meetup, and you are okay with it shifting, or if there's a certain time you would like it shifted to make it a bit easier for him, the comments are already starting to fill, but definitely go give your suggestions there, and we'll see if it's going to be shifted from the traditional autumn that it has been in the past. Next, Julian Brown himself posted here an update about his remote control device and getting the Wi-Fi on it working, which he also posted to the Dragon Facebook group. And he mentions here, "I was wasted hours trying to get the Wi-Fi functionality to work so that it can operate externally, but annoyingly just ended up going nowhere. That beautiful little display might be great, but the device it is attached to seems to have a serious fault, meaning it probably isn't a genuine part." And I know some of you guys have hit that where you order stuff and all of a sudden it's relabeled and it's not exactly what you were expecting. So basically, it's a bit of an update on there, and I don't know if he's actually got any comments on it yet, but I just posted that yesterday. So, and if Julian's in the chat and wants to give me an update on that, please feel free. We'll read it on the air. And then we got from one of the other hardware gurus of Dragon Universe, John Whitworth of Dragon Plus Electronics, says he's got some jumpering and testing to do, although I'm pleased to see that around 6 months ago, I'd already programmed and soldered the headers into the slot, so that's a bit less work. Well done, John, of Spring Pass. So he's complimenting himself for doing that. But these are some of his super RGB boards, which allow you to output to different monitor types, etc. for the Dragon. And I think I might be able to zoom this a little bit. Or maybe not. Anyway, he's got a bunch of these in production. I know he's been having some issues with shipping to the States too because of the tariff situation too. So I don't know if that's still a work in progress or if he's decided to suspend like some other companies have. Because I'm trying to remember, there was a thing where if you ship something that was less than $800, there was exceptions where you didn't have to.
That's done. Yeah,
that's done now. Yeah, so it's much more.
Yeah, that was called de minimis, but that's been eliminated.
Right. So I don't know, maybe this is the point where some people have to start getting alternative manufacturers in the States to manufacture designs done elsewhere.
It's
and then
starting
ship
to
them
look
from
pretty
within.
attractive. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that would be a good thing, is to get various manufacturers in the various countries to all cross-do each of their stuff. So
yeah, because you'd shave the tariff charge going in both directions, and then you can actually get stuff back to being cheap like it used to be. Good to see he's got a whole bunch of these super RGB boards going, so those be on sale shortly.
Green QC dots are a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Next up, I can't remember his real name, but he goes under Rob Config basically here on the World of Dragon forums. But he has released a new Dragon DOS disk image tool. He's got some screenshots here kind of showing it running. He thanks to Blue Arcus's contribution of the JVC disk image format. I got myself to rewrite some things here and there, and now there's a robust system in place for adding any disk image format that may be needed. So now the program supports VDK, JVC, image disk, IMD, and RAW disk files seamlessly. The new disk dialog has been completely overhauled and now lets you select all the disk configurations and the type of disk image formats for creating new ones. So the JVC images is the old Jeff Vavasor Coco ones, which is basically just the raw actual data from sectors. So every sector is 256 bytes type thing. It doesn't have the headers and footers and, CRC checks and all that kind of stuff. But some of the other ones do. And if you're trying to fiddle around with, copy protected type stuff, you do require an extended format. And that's actually on the Coco as well. We've got a few other ones like the DMK format, which is from David Keel's emulator, where he actually supported that. And SDC DOS has its own that's similar, but a little bit different. So nice to see this. And he's actually got a direct link to his GitHub if you want to go download the utility version 1.0.5. And that just got released this past week. Next up, Ron of Ron's Garage. This is something you actually posted a video up. So Retro Rick had made a little demo and you actually did a little video playing it. Did you have any comments on this? Did you talk to him about it? Or did Ron run away? Going once? Nope, looks like he ran away. So anyway, part of Tandy, he decided to do a little video demo. And I think there's some mixture of machine language and basic here. I'm not sure. But it's just kind of a nice little animation with some rotating bars, and the Septandy is flashing through colors and bouncing up and down. So all in the semi-graphics 4, I'm guessing at this point. But thanks, Ron, for making the video of it, because I was actually going to have to run an emulator to show people what it looked like. So that saved me some time. And next up, Coco Town pointed out that I've missed a lot of his videos recently, and I don't know why, because I'm doing the same search algorithm that I normally do for finding stories, and he's been using the same tags that I search for, but for some reason they haven't been showing up. So there's a whole list of stuff here that I have to kind of catch up on. So I'll just do the little intro play we normally do for his videos on the last one. All of them are quite funny, but he's been covering a lot of stuff. He's been finishing up the stuff he was doing with random number generation. This first one here is called AI Kept This while refining a random number generator, or kept doing this, I should say. And basically, this is one figuring out if he could just use AI to write a random number generator that would work good on a 6809 on the Coco. I'll give you the spoiler. It didn't work too well at all. So, but he kind of goes through what it does there.
Yeah, I think we all tried to do that.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced on AI being a decent solution at this point anyway of doing code. I know some of the bigger companies have been using it for generating. Now they're having to go through and fix it all because there's a whack load of bugs and crap in there.
The real problem is that there's just not that much 6809 that landed in the training set compared to 6502, 6800, or something like Python.
There's a whole pistol.
So when you ask for it, the default seems to be it'll get about the first 10 lines in 6809 specific, and then you either start seeing 6502 or 6800.
All right, the next one he did after that, can you explain the skew and why does R&D give skewed results? So he's kind of going through the, I think this was the ROM routines, if I remember correctly, where you're seeing certain things like there's different ways to do random. Some you want a fairly even distribution. So let's say you're doing a random number for 0 to 5. You may want it so that you're not getting too far ahead on one number showing up more often than others. You want them to kind of roughly balance out, but that's not truly random. And then you got some that go way too far, and you've gone through 0 to 55. You know, like the result 7 has been 18 times, and the result for 0 has only been once, where it's it's not balanced at all type thing. So there's a lot of subtleties you have to worry about to do true random numbers, or at least try to get as close as you can. So this kind of goes through that. And then after that, he did the random number showdown, where he actually has 6 different algorithms being used. One of them is the actual ROMs in Color Basic from Microsoft. And the other ones, he's done a few that Glen Hewlett is included in his compiler and a few other ways too. And he shows like how well did he do the distribution, how fast are they? And it's pretty interesting, actually. Some of the algorithms are not very random at all, but quick. And then you got other ones that, get more and more random, but they're slow. So that's the balance. If you're using it in the game here, like if your random numbers are taking 1,000 cycles to generate, you might be slowing your game down. So maybe you want to go with the quick and dirty one that isn't quite as random or quite as distributed, just to keep the game speed up.
If only there was a real-time clock to seed from.
Coming soon to an SDC2 near you.
Right.
Anyway, this was a rather fascinating one. I quite like this one. I'll give you one spoiler. The ROM call from Microsoft is the slowest by far, but that is using real numbers. And most of the other ones are using integers, 60-bit integers. So, but it does have one of the best random generators out of them. Then after all that, because he spent quite a bit of time exploring random numbers, how to generate different algorithms to try to get it to work, with speed versus balance, etc. Then he finally got back into Game Revolutions. This is his video logging of basically he is doing a Moon Patrol style game, which he started as a teenager, and now he's completely rewritten everything, and he started to redo the graphics and stuff. And after his deep exploration of random numbers, he's back into that for 3 more episodes, actually, in the last while. So this is Game Revolution Cycle 27, teaching video game aliens to fight back. So he's getting into using the random number generators that he's been going through to determine when aliens will fire, how often they'll fire, from where they will fire, that kind of thing. So that's what this particular episode goes into. And this one here, designing a big boss. So this is one thing he's kind of breaking from the Moon Patrol mode. He's actually going to have a big master craft that comes out of the sky type thing, which is kind of cool because the original Moon Patrol just takes you through different terrain and stuff. You kind of have that one boss, I guess, when you're on the second course that comes from behind, because it's a fair bit bigger than your ship, but it's not really a boss. You just have to basically time your jump to get over it without having it hit you. But in this case, he's actually going quite a bit further on it. So I'm going to just show you kind of what the ship looks like. I think this is more of his design. Oops, I didn't want settings go away.
And check out all the fancy doodads that I added here.
So this is the actual graphic that he was doing. And then this is kind of like flattening it out. So it's contiguous in RAM, and you create the rectangle out of that data. And then his last episode here is where he actually starts animating the ship. He's trying to go for multiple scrolling or chunks that at different speeds within the bottom of the ship here to give it kind of a nice weird effect. I'm not going to show you the actual effect itself that he actually ends up with at the end of the video. You should go watch his videos for that. But I will play his intros because they're usually hilarious. I want to play at least one of them.
Subscribe to his channel.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good though. He's got 3.6 thousand subscribers already. So
excellent, more than we do.
Yeah, well, he's much more interesting than we are.
Of course.
Hello and happy Septandy. That celebration of all of Tandy's marvelous machines, including the Coco, without which this channel would probably be called Videotex Town. And welcome to Game Revolutions, the series where I code a Moon Patrol clone in assembly language and take about 10 times as long as the folks back in the day did, and they didn't even have all the modern development tools I have. I guess maybe I should just blame my development tools on my slowness and not my own ineptitude. Last time, I used a modern tool to design the big boss. By the time I was done, I ended up with a bunch of bytes. Today, we import those bytes into the assembly language and get them to display on the screen. But even more importantly, we get those layers of the shield rotating that our player has to poke holes through using the bullets.
And to see that, you'll have to watch the video.
He's always hilarious.
Yeah, he is. I love his intros. Usually if I'd been keeping up with them here, I would play the intro for each one because it's worth having a good chuckle over. Next after that, this is the one that Richard Lobieski talked about earlier, which is the something the Boys in Tech Coco SDC kit that Bob Emery, is he still on the call right now? Yes, he is. He's actually busy soldering away or doing something hardware related. Might be building another kit, who knows? But this is kind of his tutorial kit that Richard was talking about how to install and put the whole kit together. I'll play a little bit of the intro here. I don't know, Bob, if you have any commentary you want to add to it, or just play the beginning.
Just play the beginning. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Assembly of the Coco SDC kit from boysintech.com.
That's an AI voice.
Your SDC kit has arrived. Now what? First, you'll need a tidy workspace, your trusty soldering iron, and some good rosin core solder. It's a good idea to have some form of tip cleaner.
By the way, that kind of clearing your workspace actually works for software developers too.
You'll also need a flush
Indeed.
cutter or small diagonal cutters. When you're ready, step 1 is to verify the contents of your kit. Take a moment to check each package carefully and familiarize yourself with the components. The kit is separated into smaller packages for various stages of the process.
I'm not going to play much more than that. That kind of gives you an idea. Like he's going right from the very beginning of receiving the kit, and he goes in great detail. And it's a complete how-to, and you get a fully assembled Coco SDC at the end of it.
So this is a proper Heathkit kit with parts sorted into little baggies and stuff, so you don't have to
Yeah, very professionally done.
look
It's
at
not
a
like,
card that's 700 resistors long and pick out the 423rd one. It's
or
all-
buying a 1,000-piece puzzle and finding out there's only 997 pieces by the time you're
Right,
done.
right.
It's like IKEA minus the frustration.
Oh, that's interesting.
So a big thanks to Bob for creating that video for Richard, because I know Richard had tried a couple times to start making his own, but he's been busy, trying to get his 2 meg, RAM to show at the VCF and again at Tandy Assembly next week. So he's been kind of busy. So it's nice that Bob did that. Did Richard ask you to do that, or is that just something you just kind of did on your own?
I had been kind of planning to do it, so I decided to reach out to Richard and see if he wanted me to kind of, put his branding on it and just, basically give him the video.
So it's a sponsored video.
Not really, because, well, I guess he's going to send me a plastic case as payment and stuff.
It was sponsored.
Yeah.
You better disclose that on your.
Right.
I got a case out of this deal here.
There's some federal form you need to put that on.
I'm sure there's a form somewhere.
As long as it's not coming from outside the U.S., you should be fine.
Right.
Anyway, definitely go check that out. As Richard mentioned earlier, he's still got about 30 of the the kits left. If you like in doing hardware projects where you're putting everything together, it's a nice little project to do. And now you've got a really nice, clear tutorial video on how to put it together. So,
And for some people, it can be very relaxing.
yeah, those people are not me.
Or it can be very detrimental to their hair.
Yeah. Like honestly, if I ordered one of these kits, you better include some Band-Aids, some gauze, some polysporin, that kind of stuff. Heat shields, all kinds of stuff.
Just wait until the
Shields
kit
up.
shows up with the L Curtis Boyle version. Has a little emergency kit with it.
Yeah, emergency kit, and it also has a bunch of stuff pre-destroyed. Save you the time of me doing it. Next up, we have a couple of videos, and there's many more than these. These are just 2 examples I picked out of people that have shot video or stills at VCF. I will mention that Jim Brain, if you go to the Retro Innovations page, his company's page, he's got, I think, 4 separate posts, each with like 30 to 100 pictures going through VCF. So he's got a lot of really cool pictures in there. I'm not going to go through all this stuff here. I will mention that Zyphod Voidstar Tech actually posted a link to his, and he was having voice problems, I guess laryngitis or something like that. So he doesn't actually comment. He just kind of puts some little things. So if you want a nice silent video you want to watch with a bunch of pictures, the Coco does show up in multiple places here. You can actually see one here in the still shot. But it's basically 16 minutes of slides going by from stuff from VCF. And a little bit of video stuff too. And he said there's also a wait till the end. He does a little bit of extra stuff there too. So definitely go check that out. He did post that in the Coco Discord, and there's some Coco content in there. So you definitely want to check that out. But since Jason's here and he actually did one himself, traditionally, Jason, you've normally done like a video for each day at VCF. Are you doing that again this year? Or is this just a single video?
I just did it. I think last year I did just a single video, and this is a single video taking place over 2 days. So
okay,
quite frankly, Saturday was really busy and crowded, so I didn't get a lot of time to walk around and chat. So I just kind of smashed the 2 together. You can tell because I'm wearing a different shirt later in the video.
Okay. Is there any particular piece of this you'd like to play as a bit of a preview for people to come check it out?
Gosh.
I think you have some chapter markers. I know there's one chapter.
Yeah, we've got the stop bits perform. That was a highlight.
Okay, well, let's do that, because I know they told you that you're only allowed to put so many seconds per song or something like that.
Oh, that was the gentle nudging by what's her
Veronica?
name? Veronica, yes.
Bad idea.
I think she's waving.
Thank you for coming.
And of course, Veronica actually has a Coco too, thanks to Taylor and Amy. So hopefully she'll be doing some videos on that sometime in the future.
How about this? What's your favorite version Version 2. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion points around that, so I want you to talk to each person to your left and to your right, introduce yourselves, and share which version you're comfortable using.
Why are you not subscribed, Curtis?
I'm kind of a stickler about the
Oh, because I don't do the roller coaster part.
One of my things.
Let's fast forward a little bit of performances here.
So I'm going to.
And you can see his little timer in the upper right corner here, matching with what Veronica asked.
We're going to try, I bought a looper pedal the other day, so we're going to try out the looper pedal.
Now, looper pedal, for those of you who don't know, that's a pedal that will actually record so many seconds that you tell it to, and then we'll loop that back and forth so you can play your own rhythm in the background and then solo word play a melody over top of that. Anyway, it looks like it was a great fun. They did have like the technical difficulty when their looper pedal didn't work here, but there was an opening band too, I heard, Jason. Is that true?
If it happened, I heard there was another band, but I think it happened in a different room and I missed that.
Oh, okay.
But and the other thing I had a lot of fun doing was just kind of chasing around all the analog television signals that were floating around the convention area.
And I know they expanded this year from 50,000 to 66,000 square feet. Are they already kind of getting full and they're going to have to expand again next year, you think?
It was packed. I mean, there's that. I don't know how much more room they have behind that movable wall there at the convention center, but
I think somebody said that if you open up all the walls, you can get up to like 100 or 120,000 square feet.
Yeah, we're at 3/4 capacity by what they had opened this year, according to what we heard last week.
So they won't outgrow the venue for a while.
I don't know.
Well,
where,
maybe.
I don't know where I saw it, but did you know that Radio Shack made a guitar, electric guitar?
Yeah, they sold some kind of like repackaged Telecaster, Stratocaster, and I think Gibson clones.
They had some on display on VCF Southwest.
Okay, that's probably where I saw it then.
Yeah, they also sold some amps too, if I remember, rebranded.
Yeah, that's something.
Anyway, I thought it'd be worth showing the stop bits because I mean, if you actually watch the lyrics, it's like nice and geeky 80s, retro computer stuff. Like it's talking about BASIC or machine language instructions. Like who else would write songs about that? And,
absolutely.
And of course, Taylor and Amy are just a lot of fun. Period. And they've been to Coco Fest several times. They've been on the show.
Did I mention they said hi? I think I did earlier, but
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, we'll have to have them come on and do a follow up at some point.
Absolutely. I mean, when their schedules permit, that would be awesome to have them.
Yeah, they've been so busy with this album too. They haven't actually done too many videos themselves in the last few months. They were kind of busy writing and recording. Of course, they all live in completely different cities and different states, so you're sending like data files of music back and forth, and make some changes. You got to resend it and resync them all up. So,
yeah, it can't be easy.
Is there any particular other piece you'd want to show? Anything Coco related, maybe?
I think towards the beginning of the analog TV section, towards the end there, I had. You can see my setup there. I had like audio spectrum analyzer running, and oh yeah, they're about 17-minute marker.
That one there, analog TV signals. Okay.
The adults on Charlie Brown anyway.
Got my little setup here, but if I go over to here, I can see I'm receiving a signal from somewhere else in the building on this little black and white set. But I can tune it on this little teeny tiny screen. And on that, might be the smallest screen I've seen audio spectrum analyzer on. There it is.
Could be.
That was an Atari emulator down here. And then I just started walking around looking for all this stuff, and I had found like a weather channel thing, and of course a guy on channel 7 with that Atari stuff. So that was pretty fun. But
you need an FCC badge.
So for the people on panel here, Jason, obviously you're one of them. I'm trying to remember who else was there. Like, is Richard still here? Because I think he was at the show too. What was a highlight of the show for you guys, either in general or a Coco specific moment?
Oh, geez. I didn't know there was going to be a test. Highlight. Like I said, the stop bits, I think, were the big highlight there. I was just, I was really, the first day I was really busy. You know, you can see early in the video, just the sea of people. I was amazed how many people were in there, especially after they opened to the public. But, you know, I don't know if I can really put out a specific thing. It's one of those things, and I think I said this in the video, it has to be experienced in person. There is no way I can even convey in a video or really even hear, you know, just everything there. There's a lot going on. I'm sure I missed tons of stuff, but I mean, geez, I got to, there's a lot of things I didn't capture. I got to talk to a lot of people about the Coco. I even had the fellow who publishes Old School Gamer approach me about maybe writing an article about the history of the Coco and where it is now. So that, I think that's a really cool project, and I will probably.
That's not an article. That's a book.
It could be, but yeah, that's probably something I'm going to need your, you know, all of your help on there as far as getting that together. But that's going to be a project when it gets cold.
Yeah, you need a chapter on just Nick.
Crikey. Absolutely, yeah. And
Paul Piscarelli gave us a walkthrough during lunch, and it was like, wow, it's that busy when most people are away at lunch.
Yeah,
that was overwhelming.
Well, Paul also mentioned, like, it's getting to the point now that VCF has got so much stuff at it, and quite a bit of, you know, Coco related stuff too, or VDG related, because there's other computers that use that chip too, that he said, you know, if you have to choose between a Coco Fest and a VCF, you might want to pick VCF Midwest one of the years instead of Coco Fest, just because there's so much to see that it would be worthwhile, you know, attending it at least the once.
There's a lot less Coco percentage of Cocos at VCF.
Oh yeah.
That's how I try to get out there. I try to bring that Coco percentage up, but I was just walking around. I'd see a random Coco, and then I go, "Oh, that's Jim Brain's table." Like, who else here has a Coco?
Or whoever, yeah.
Right.
And Rick was planning on getting there, but unfortunately, he injured himself. So
yeah, I tried to load the car with one small box. When I go to Coco Fest, I take out the back seat. I put crap back there. I put crap in the trunk. No, one box. Out.
One small box loaded with cinder blocks and bricks.
It's always the small things that break you apart.
Right. Well, that and age.
Small things like soldering irons.
Didn't want to mention that one.
Yeah, I already have PTSD from that, so that's good. Anyway, it looks like a great show. It looks like the attendance was up again. I did see some clips of the auction when Jason Timmons was doing it. And the nice thing about VCF Midwest is, unlike some of the other VCFs, it's still free. Like, you don't have to pay anything to get in.
I think the cool thing is that not only is it's free to get in, but no, I had to pay for a table, but I was able, not only you could demo things or sell/demo is what I did. And as I guess some of the other VCFs, you can't sell anything, and I like to have that stuff available if anybody wants it, and so I think that's a pretty cool aspect of this particular VCF.
Right. Yeah, I think all the VCFs, that's the one I want to attend first when I get a chance to.
Absolutely, I highly recommend it. I just bring stuff, and if people want it, they buy it, and that helps offset the cost of the trip a little bit. I don't expect to break even, but if I can offset the cost a little bit, that's even better. And there's plenty of people to talk to, and tell them about the Coco.
Besides, you can buy a pizza in the main hall.
Yes, you can, and I documented that in the video. I got my $11 personal pizza, and more of anything, I'm paying for convenience. I wasn't. I think
lunch, is that the one?
Lunch, yeah. I guess that would be lunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that handy? I put all those timestamps in there for all my nonsense.
It's lunchtime. We'll go find the food. Looks like there's quite a line for something, but doesn't appear to be the food.
I had to wait for my pizza for a little bit, so I kind of.
Do they still come out of a hole in the wall?
Yeah, here, right here. This is. Yeah, I wanted pepperoni. They didn't have pepperoni.
$11
for a while there. I had to wait. I just kind of tried to will the pizza over. Come on, we're getting close. There's the cheese. There's the
They don't deliver it to your booth?
No. Come on, pepperoni.
I'm guessing no.
I don't think it's working. Magically appeared the pepperoni pizza. Eventually did. I just had to wait long enough.
I don't know if you heard Mark's question there, Jason, but they don't have the option of delivering the pizza to your booth if you're manning one?
No, no, they do not.
Well, Coco Fest, you have the option of bugles from the front hall snack thing, so I'd go for this.
It's not, I mean, it was $11, and I think when I sit down there to eat, Richard points out, I think the Pepsi he was drinking was like $4 or $5. I forget which, but he but I had my own drinks. I didn't buy any of the drinks. I think I tried to on Sunday because I didn't feel like going up to my room to grab a soda, but and then I tried and it was out. So I'm like, I guess not.
Yeah, it does look like a really wonderful time, and there's a lot of variety there. I mean, it wasn't just, retro computers and stuff there too. There's also, like you mentioned, the TV stuff. There's also like old wax cylinder record players, like the old Edison style.
I mean,
even
there's
records,
a whole
really.
couple tables of just the folks. They have like all the old equipment that would run like the local version of the Weather Channel at the cable company. They have a lot of that equipment there, and that was one of the ones that had an analog transmission going out. I think it was on channel 4.
Yeah, plus they had the whole dial-up POTS style modem stuff where you could log into stuff.
And the FCC didn't come pay a visit.
You know what? None of that. I had that little. You saw that little handheld Casio I had there. I walked around even on Friday night during setup, and the one that went the furthest was that fellow that had the Atari graphics going, and but as soon as I got out of the hall, it was gone. I mean, it did not leave the hall.
So they didn't cause any airplanes to crash, huh?
No, nothing like that.
Yeah. In any event, I mean, they don't care because they don't use those airwaves anymore, right?
They got reallocated.
Sometimes that's not entirely true. You do have to watch, like the 2, the low band 2 to 4 or 2 to 6. There are some places that use it, like the PBS affiliate here in the area over in Pittsburgh. They use channel 4 for their actual RF channel, and in Chicago, channel 6 is actually in use. So there's and that's kind of a weird situation. They have it's kind of a TV station masquerading as a radio station. Because the channel 6 audio carrier is right below, right at the end of the bottom of the FM broadcast, like 87.75. And when they did away with analog television, a lot of that went away. But that the station in Chicago got I guess you could call like a temporary authority, or they're doing the next gen or ATSC3 digital television and they're only running one channel. It's like a shopping channel, but they got permission to run that analog audio carrier on 87.7. So it's I mean, my car stereo won't tune that low, but it's Me TV FM, it's a bunch of like oldies and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are some channel. The VHF spectrum isn't the best for digital TV, although there are still a few stations, especially in the 7 through 13 range.
Community TV, probably.
Not necessarily. I mean, I have an NBC station here and a CBS station here. There's some of the major, even in some of the major markets, they're using 7 through 13 because there's a big gap, and 7 through 13 aren't so bad for digital. 2 through 6 are not desirable for digital television, but 7 through 13 are okay. But UHF is really where you want to be. But yeah, so there's a few out there, and I think a lot of the ones on low band, that's all your PBS, because they got money in the Spectrum auction here and took the lower channels instead. So it's kind of a trade-off. But anyway, this doesn't need to become TV talk.
Yeah.
How do you need an FCC badge?
There's Jason at the Jason Timmons there at the auction. So
who also does the Coco Fest auctions?
Yeah, he does. I think there was what I caught there. They had like a swag apple bag or tote or something like that. So, but I didn't stick around for a lot of the auction, but just a little taste.
Go ahead, Mark.
Each Coco is its own little TV station.
It can be, yeah, especially with it's got that channel 3 or 4 modulator. That's the thing that surprised me about the Weather Channel folks, that they had this whole rack of blonder tongue modulators, and they looked like they were frequency agile, and they picked channel 4. I'm like, that's got to be one of that. probably the second worst channel you could have it on in an event like that. And 3,
especially
I would
if
take
everybody took out their RF shields.
Yeah, I'm thinking like channels 3 and 4, and probably 2. I wouldn't even bother with those, just because every device is probably going to have a modulator in that range. So,
right, and then their fundamental frequency is right in a harmonic of that, so you get the herringbones and all the stuff.
Yeah, I was getting some heat stuff on channel 4 when I was over at the Forgotten Machines lounge, as he called it, and I was getting some. And I have that in the video, just some weird like patterns going across the TV. And I told him, he's like, "Well, you have very nice interference over here."
Cool. Yeah, I definitely want to attend that one. That's the highest one on the list besides CocoFest itself.
I highly recommend it. It's a must do for me now. I have to go.
Yeah, and we need to increase the number of Cocos there.
Yes, we do. I mean, we didn't. We had some. That place we had like there were some other Coco people there, but
like Richard was there, John Laurie was there, you were there, Jim Brain had some, but he was mostly doing his
Neil
Commodore
was
stuff.
there. I saw.
Yeah,
his
Neil.
cable
I did see clips of him that he was there. Yeah.
I think
the
fellow from Tennessee, I'm trying to remember his name right now. I think I saw him there. But yeah, it was so crowded and just so many things. It was a lot of people I didn't even get to say hello to. I mean, I was walking up the aisle and Taylor came behind me and tapped me on the shoulder. I'm like, "Oh, hey." Hadn't seen them yet. So yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people there I missed, and plenty of Cocos. The other Coco I saw, Sloopy had a Coco out on his table too.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to see like some of the ones that are like the more famous YouTubers and stuff, because they've also got, seminars that they're doing in the hall that, they're not at their table because they're busy doing a big panel or something like that. So
matter of fact, I think that's where they were going when when Amy tapped me on the shoulder, because it was Amy, Taylor, and Veronica. To me, were on their way to some type of
yeah, they're one of the seminar things, or it could have been the concert. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are very, very
I think
busy.
The concert actually happened after the show was closed for the day, which it closed at 10 o'clock, which I thought was early, but maybe that's always been the norm. I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, if anybody can make it out to that, make it at any of the VCFs. Actually, I'm sure they all have some interesting stuff, but VCF Midwest is by far the biggest one, and it's got a lot of Coco people locally in the Chicago area, so you get a chance to meet some of them. I saw like pictures. I think John Mark Mobley was wandering around. I don't know if he had a booth.
John Mark was there. I saw him. Brian the Music Man made an appearance. He stopped by my table and said hello.
Eric. Eric.
Who was the other? There was somebody else from Glenside that was there. I can't remember the fellow's name right now.
Oh,
I'm terrible with names. I'm lucky I remember my own name.
Eric Jesus had a booth.
Oh, he was there. That was another, but that's not who I was thinking of. He's got big glasses. Crap. I'm sorry, I can't remember now. And I even said hello to him by name, and it's now just escaping me. As soon as I'll be laying in bed tonight, and it's gonna pop into my head.
Quick, stream it now so we know what the guy's name. No,
I don't think he's in the video. So, Salvador.
Oh, okay,
Salvador Garcia. Salvador was there. Yeah, said hello to him too.
Oh,
cool. Okay, next up we have Zartan, but spelled cool boy style, so there's 4s instead of A's. On YouTube, did one called Calling the Tuxedo Cat Lounge BBS on a Tandy Color Computer 3 with a direct connect modem pack at 300 baud. So this is only a 2.5 minute video. I don't know if I'll play the whole thing, but it just kind of shows it linking up. Now, the one thing is here is using a Coco 3, but he's using the built-in terminal program on the modem pack, which is basically the same as the R32 pack, which is very primitive. It's 32 column only. It doesn't do 40 or 80 columns. So obviously, since he's running a Coco 3, he could have picked a better terminal program to run through there, but this would kind of show you what a Coco 1.2 experience would be like.
Okay, so today we're using a Tandy Direct Connect modem pack and this old telephone, and we're going to dial into a BBS at 300 baud. But first, type this in, and this will get us into the terminal program, and then we can dial. So you do all your settings here. I generally don't change anything. Break. Pick up the telephone, dial the number,
the memories.
Look at that.
Yep.
300
And that
baud in all
sound.
its glory.
Right.
Connected at 300 BPS. No ANSI detected. Node 2, Tuxedo Cat Lounge.
Wildcat.
Yep, that was a multi-user BBS for the PC. I remember. Hey, I won't play the whole video, but basically it just shows you that he does connect, and it's at 300 baud, and of course he's running with a terminal program that doesn't know what a Coco 3 is, so no real lowercase, no 40 column, no 80 column. This probably would have worked a lot better with some like Netmate by Roger Taylor or Twilight Terminal by John Kowalski. But it does show the old fun of the dialing in at 300 baud.
Right.
Sorry, Mark.
I was amazed.
Okay.
Talkmaster.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I was just saying, I was amazed it would dial that fast in the day. It's like, wow, this is cool, because I was used to the
pulse style.
The old pulse style modem to our school computer, which was
yeah, tick 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 tick.
This thing just went, and you ran. Oh wow, this is cool.
Yeah, you could literally dial by hitting the hang up thing too if you timed it right. You could do like three, like tick tick tick, tick 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 tick. Yeah.
It's called the hook. On hook, off hook.
Next up, and I think he was actually in the chat earlier. I don't know if he still is, but it's in the basement from France. Put out his third vlog for Space Shooter for the Coco 1 and 2 and Dragon. Now, on the end of the previous episode, he decided he's going to use SemiGraphics 24 to get more color and a black background. Does that remind you of anybody, Nick? And but basically, he's kind of doing an intro here. How far had he gotten last time? Kind of goes into kind of the design of what he's planning on doing. He's changed the shape of the ship since the previous episode. He shows some of the different shooting patterns and stuff here. So I'm going to show a little bit.
Looks very Mario-esque.
It's fairly good. There is no slowdown here. And like I say, I can still increment this thing like kind of 20 times the speed it's going at before I suppose, I don't know.
Shoot all the things.
Not working great at that speed.
Yeah, nice
but there's still
swath
plenty
of bullets
left to me. And that is, that's the point. That seems to be the point to me that this should work. So in the coming week, what I'm hoping to do is
one nice thing. I don't know if you guys caught it there, but he's got a ship that kind of launches from here, goes up the side, and shoots sideways. That's a nice concept. You kind of have this little daughter ship that comes out of here. You guys missed it here on the first one, so if we can find it where you did that.
A drone.
And that is, that's the point.
Yeah,
that seems to be.
You can see all the orange shots going sideways.
So in the coming
that's a mechanic I haven't seen too much, especially on Coco games. So that's kind of interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing where he goes with that. Next up, another development blog. Basically, Jace Fuse, who we covered last week, is working on porting Dungeons of Dagerath to the Amiga. And he posted a short video here showing some updates to his port so far. And then he also shows the Coco original and a little bit of history of the game for those, in the Amiga community aren't aware of Dungeons of Dagerath. And since this is that YouTube short, I might as well just play the whole darn thing. Except I don't know if I can adjust the volume out there. I can. So at this point, he's got it. So he's actually kind of color coding some of the doors and stuff a little bit. It's not doing the fading effect when you get far enough away from where the player is, where the lighting fades.
Rendering of the graphics are close. They could be tweaked a little, but they're pretty good so far. I do need to implement luminance levels and all of that stuff, but that'll come in time. So the original game launched on the SD color computer back in 1982, I believe. And I just think this game would port really well to the Amiga. I'm about halfway through all of the basic stuff, and then once I get the heartbeat and inventory torches and all that stuff implemented, I can start working on adding the creatures. But progress has come a lot quicker than I thought it would. I don't think I'll be done by the end of the month, but I should have something that somewhat resembles a playable game in the not too distant future.
It looks like he's doing really well on the port there. I do want to give an update. 8-Bits in Basement is still in the chat. And he goes, "That's not a ship, it's a spaceman." So I stand corrected on his space shooter game. Next up, we've got David Chesick, who I believe was in the chat earlier too. I don't know if he still is, but he posted a video for Septandy to the Coco Facebook group that shows a 32-column friendly version of Ribs to Go. So Ribs to Go is kind of a pre-bundled, pre-set-up version of Ribs, the BBS that actually was FidoNet compatible. That was done by Terry Trapp, we've had on the show a few times. And so basically, he has a split screen here where he's showing a Coco 1 or 2 logging in, a 64K Coco logging in and 32-column mode onto a RIB system running on a Coco 3 with 2 mega RAM. So you kind of get to see both the sys-up side of things and the user side of things from a Coco 1 or 2 perspective. It's bigger. Oh, it's a little bit bigger. I don't know how much detail you'll be able to see here, but the top part is a 32-column screen logging in from a Coco 1 or 2, and the bottom part is the Coco 3 screen showing the sysops view. And in fact, once a person's fully logged in, you'll start seeing some status lines on the bottom that kind of stay on so the sysop knows what's happening. Well, it did for a second. I don't know why something went out, but that's weird. It's kind of interesting seeing that perspective because I usually saw BBS from the user side. When I ran my own a little bit, I got to see a little bit of sysup side, but it wasn't as sophisticated as Ribs. Anyway, thanks for David for posting that up because a lot of people, like I know Nick, you guys didn't actually do BBSing too much because it's too expensive in Australia to get the phone lines and do the long distance calls. And I think the same was in Europe as well. North America wasn't too bad, but it was still somewhat expensive. You have to call after midnight to get a discount type of thing. Next after that, we got Luciano Scharf, who posted in the Coco group on Facebook about a heavily modified Coco 1 he received. It's a European PAL version with 16K RAM, but it's modified to use the Paratel SECAM video and was sold in Belgium. But it has a bunch of things that are not at all common, which he mentions in the post. So he kind of goes through some details here. But then he's got a bunch of the pictures here, and I thought I'd show some of these, and I'll skip some of them as we go through because he's got like 40 some odd pictures here. But it's interesting seeing a SECAM version of the Coco 1. So here's the original packaging in from Belgium. And it's this Paratel, which is kind of the alternate name for the SECAM. You can see different languages being used here for some of the software. I think this was probably the one that did the printer adaptation for 1.1 for adding the 8-bit for printers, etc. And then got some alternate versions of the basic manuals. There's the Coco itself. It seems to be a later model with a centered badge, so probably an F board, I'm guessing. Nice little serial number. Extended basic ROM. This is an interesting channel 36. Modified in the case, plus this whole adapter here. And then when you get to the inside, you can see there's been a fair number of mods here to get this to run as a SECAM style. And then there's some kind of custom satellite boards here that I don't know if they were Tandy or if this was a third party that kind of adapted it. I don't know if anybody here in the panel has any experience with SECAM versions of Cocos or PAL modified versions of Cocos, but there's a fair bit of, as you can see here on the bottom side of the circuit board, a fair bit of bodge wires going around.
You know,
he was asking. Go ahead.
They must have broke the center post out of that. No, it is still there. It's like, where did they find the hole to run all the damn wires through?
So I don't know enough about SECAM to, even try to describe what I'm seeing here for the audio listeners.
Well, that's SCART.
Yeah.
Well, it's a SCART connector, but yeah, you could shove anything out of SCART connector. And SECAM, yeah, even if you knew about it, you couldn't explain what's going on here. They've bodged everything to everything else to make this work somehow. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So if anybody or for European viewers have any information further on this, if you're on Facebook, please go and add some comments to Luciano's original post here. Maybe even besides specific pictures, if you know kind of what's going on. Okay, after that, Sheldon MacDonald, who actually demonstrated this software running at CocoFest this past year, because he made a SID chip adapter basically for the Coco, and he's got a stereo version of it too. We can actually have 2 SID chips. Now, this is a little video kind of showing what it's capable of, but this is just showing a single SID, so this is not doing the stereo, version of it. This was done in conjunction with Brian Donahue of Coco VGA fame, of course. And I probably won't play the whole video because I'll probably get dinged for copyright on some of these musical bits here, but I'll play a little bit. You can just kind of hear what a single SID chip controlled by the Coco looks like.
Okay, so here's a little player that I did for the Coco Fest show. This one's just going to be showing a single SID, since most people will be just opting for 1 card. So yeah, here's a little example of some songs that are more mainstream, so you can kind of hear how the Swin SID or X SID actually sound.
Of course, this would all be running in the background, so if you enhance BASIC to handle this kind of thing like the Deluxe Coco Basic did, you could actually be playing this even in a basic game in the background without too much interference to your game graphics, etc. So. Anyway, to further that, he also posted another video up on the Coco group on Facebook, which is basically showing a preview of the game we showed last week, which is kind of a car game with sideways scrolling, etc. But it also is using the SID chip now. So this is actually demonstrating a game running with the SID chip, running the sound in the background, the music in the background, which is really cool too. I know why it's not expanding at the moment. There, finally. Maybe see the sound is basically not slowing the game down at all, and he's doing like scrolling horizontal graphics on top of it. So anyway, I want to mention he mentioned this is the final preview he will be giving before it's released. Contact Brendan Donahue for an X SID, which is what they're calling the SID card adapter, and be able to play this game with the SID. So you get full music support in the background and stuff, and it looks like a pretty interesting game that we haven't really seen the like of on the Coco before too. So, and it's also Coco 1 and 2 compatible. You don't even need a Coco 3. So definitely looking forward to that. That might be another Game On challenge contender. Next to that, we got Joel Evie uploaded a first shot at making a 3D printer file to print replacement CM8 door clips on the Coco Facebook group. Now, if you go through the comments, he figures out that he has to do a bit more tweaking. It's not quite right yet, but basically this will allow you to fix those stupid things that break off and you can't close the door and keep it sealed shut. So he's uploaded the very first version of that. I don't think he's uploaded the next version quite yet, but basically this little picture here kind of explains what he's doing. Basically, it's replacing the part that breaks the most easily on these. And most of the broken CM8 doors, this is why. This is what happened. So once this is actually fully up and running, you should be able to repair a whole bunch. And all of a sudden, our joke ongoing about the CM8s never have doors will be old and obsolete, just like I feel.
Pin the link in the Discord.
I think it's in the show notes too. Yeah, I've got a direct link to in the show notes, which you can grab off the Discord. And after that, we got David Collins posted an update to his VZ compatible RC39 bus computer, so single board computer he's been working on. This is compatible with the VZ. I think it's the 200 series, which is a Z80 based machine, but it actually uses the VDG, the same as the Coco and the MC10 the Dragons do. So it's the same graphics chip. And in this case, he's been kind of working. He kind of gives an explanation of where he's going with it. He said, not a high speed design by any stretch of imagination. Top speed is 3.8 megahertz. And basically, the original was just a 2-layer board. And then he kind of goes through a little more details, but it's good to see him getting further along with this. And he's got some schematics. You can kind of see here what it looks like. But yet another one that was based on the VDG. So there's numerous machines like the Acorn, so the Electron that was our VDG
Electron,
based. Yeah. So there's numerous machines not even using Motorola CPUs that use the VDG because it was an older chip from like 78. So next we have that. This is from Jim Brain from the Glenside Computer Club. And they actually had, I think they had a live meeting from VCF when they were setting up on the Thursday, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't know if any of you guys were there. But basically he says, I apologize for the tardiness for this announcement, but VCF Midwest fatigue is a thing, as I'm sure Jason can attest to. He said, at our September business meeting, we held nominations for our 2025 to 26 officers. Congratulations to John Mark Mobley and Brian Weasler for nominations as VP and Secretary, respectively. Past President Tony Pedraza accepted a nomination for Treasurer, and Jim was nominated as President for the coming year. So the nominations closed and no contested positions. That's the new officers. So that's the announcer for the next year, who the officers will be. Next up, we have Mr. Ken Waters here, who's going to have to wake up before his gaming segment to explain his video here. And I don't know, Rick, are you involved at this point, or is this more just
This
Ken,
is just me. No, this is just Ken.
Okay, well, I'll mute the volume and we'll just start playing it. So, what do you cover in this one? Because I know you're kind of doing an ongoing vlog of working with the electronic book.
Yeah, so here it's more just working on the game than working with the electronic book. I'm kind of figuring out the screen I want to use for how I want to present it, and yeah, just figuring out a couple of little coding things that I want to do here.
And from the sounds of it, like I just skimmed it briefly. I think you're trying to do an RPG wizardry style game. Is that the?
Yeah, basically, kind of.
Are you going for high-res graphics, or?
No. It's not going to be like 3D graphics or anything. It's going to be fairly low res, and I mean, in the future, I might make it better, but now I just want to get a game that works.
Cool.
One thing I found interesting is you were trying to figure out a couple ways to display the background screen with the borders and stuff. And you were trying a couple different techniques, and I think you found quite a speed difference too, didn't you?
Oh yeah, that's in how to clear the screen off. I found a huge difference between printing arrays as opposed to poking in the coordinates. Yeah, made quite a difference. That's the poking in for I put the colors in, just poking it in. And then blacked it out with printing the arrays.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
are you and Rick actively collaborating on some of these future episodes, or is he just kind of doing the support role, making the hardware for other people to try?
Possibly once the hardware is done.
In other words, I'm behind. I'm way behind. Been behind.
Yeah, like
I got this part going.
I've been working on some stuff with other people, like more efficient ways to read the electronic books. So,
in fact, that's a little bit why I'm behind, because I took your program and plugged my thing into it, and I'm a little bit off. So I've got to mangle some of my resistor values because they're all fixed. I can't just fudge it up or down. I got to change it.
Yeah.
So, but that's next.
As long as you use the right number there, I kind of screwed it up when I sent that to you, so
I'll check. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk. I'll actually screenshot the actual program and send it to you rather than trying to type it in, because trying to type anything into Discord to send to somebody when you're doing
good luck with all
basic
of that.
code.
Yeah.
As soon as you put any symbols, it does different things in Discord and erases the symbols.
Yeah, if you use the backtick, 3 backtick at the start, 3 backticks at the end of your code, it will actually undo all that stuff and just display it properly.
Okay, on Discord it will?
Yeah.
Okay.
3 backticks. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 black ticks at the start, 3 black ticks at the end of the block you want to just leave as unformatted code.
Yeah, okay, because that's really annoying. I was trying to send it to him, and every time I put in any math symbols, it
it'll suddenly go, oh,
like,
you want bold, or you want
you want to
underline,
highlight this.
or
You wanna...
Right.
Yeah. That's the way to get around it.
Okay.
There, it was useful for a change.
Yay! Thank you.
Okay, next up after that is Raxfail on the Coco Discord mentioned that he's written a Basic 09 style interpreter for Hobby OS dev that he's playing with. Although his public release in GitHub is for Windows, I believe, this one here. And he notes it isn't complete and rather untested. I like that description. That sounds like all my code. But basically, it's a Basic 09 style compiler that runs on newer, more current machines. There are some differences. Like I think he's using 4-byte long integers instead of just regular 16-bit integers like Basic 09 itself does. So probably closer to OSK in that respect. And I think there's some others like the floats are a bit longer and that kind of stuff too. But syntactically, it's pretty close. I know Wayne Campbell has been kind of looking at it and experimenting with a bit. He can probably pipe in with a lot more detail on it than I can. And he was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he still is, but definitely will be keeping a watch on this project because I have played around with the OS 9000 Omni Basic, which is kind of a Basic 09 68K style compiler. In fact, I still use it with work, even though the author passed away in like 1998. But he actually got it to the point where it's actually running on Linux and in Windows and actually had GUI controls and all kinds of stuff too. So it's actually kind of fun to play with, where I don't have to totally relearn a new language. Next out of that, we have Firo Doug here posted the files that you require to actually make a case for the MCX32SD that Ken was showing off earlier on the show. So if you have a 3D printer or access to one, you can actually get this and actually print out the case for it. And it sounds like there was going to be a few of those boards made. It sounds like they were pretty well already allocated for, but if somebody does want to take on making these again and kind of covering for Zipster for Ed, since he doesn't get a chance to do it too often, then this might be a place you can actually source your cases from and actually sell the complete product. And he also posted about this on the Coco group on Facebook. And he mentions here's that Thingiverse. I did not see any case STL posted anywhere, so I made my own using Tinkercad. And you guys hopefully know what those words mean because I don't. I'm assuming that's a program of some sort. Okay, so that's it for the regular news. You want me to segue straight into the Game On news and then into the Game On challenge?
Might as well.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
And then I'll do the upcoming shows at the very end. Let me switch to a different screen here. Okay, first up, Retro Gaming Nook on YouTube posted a video showing all the Donkey Kong clones on the Tandy Assy Model 134 and the Coco as part of Tandy. So he's got a few classics, including, I think if I remember, and Nick, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and the other Model 1 and 3 guys here, I think the Donkey Kong official by Westmoreland and Gilman never got actually published, did it?
I don't think so, no.
And there's numerous clones on the Model 134 too. And of course, they had fairly restricted screen space and really huge pixels. So the fact they got the stuff to work at all is pretty amazing.
Which one's that one that they're showing?
This is the official Donkey Kong that was supposed to be published, but never was, I don't think.
No, that's an
this is Killer Gorilla.
One. Yeah, that's an Australian one.
And then there's Ape.
I never saw that one.
And then get into Monkey Kong / King Cuthbert. King Cuthbert was the name of it when it was sold by Microdeal in the UK, which only has 2 screens. It's more based on the Atari 2600 VCS version that is on the arcade, to be honest. And then Donkey Monkey. Now, unfortunately, they've got the hack copy where somebody put in copyright J White at the beginning with Whiteware, which is a complete bogus made-up thing. The actual game was by Harvey Brofman for Electronics in 1982. So that was just somebody, playing with the credit screen type thing. I do like the fact that it has the ape run up the stairs carrying the girl, and then he goes and plays a ditty on the piano, because that's what apes do, And they also had the interesting thing where the rivet screen is fairly normal, but the second screen is a combination of the the barrel screen and the elevator screen all mixed into one. So you're actually running up these platforms, but you can jump in here to collect your bonus shapes and then come back and dodge. So I thought that was kind of an innovative way. And Donkey Monkey, when it came out, wasn't too bad. It came out in October of 1982. And then Donkey King by Tom Mix, which is, of course, is the standard. That one came out a couple months later in December. So for a brief bit, Donkey Monkey was the only clone we had. And then, of course, the king of the Coco 1 and 2 versions came out by Chris Latham, which we actually interviewed on the show about quite a few years ago back when it was still Coco Talk. I'm not going to play the King Dirty Hack, which is kind of where they replace some of the shapes in there with like sperm and stuff. We'll skip that. Then they go to John Kowalski's transcode, which is the very first transcode that Coco 3 ever had. This was done, 14, 15, 16 years ago already, where he translated the D80 code, but he translated the sprite data and the tile data exactly over. Plays pretty well identical to the arcade. And then, of course, he did his remix one, too, where he optimizes it a little bit, but then he started changing the levels to make them even harder because, Donkey Kong's not hard enough as it is. And here's one of the ones you can see, like the rivet screen also has where these things can crush you and stuff. And if you do it in the wrong order, you'll trap yourself and all kinds of things. So this is for expert Donkey Kong players only. And John has not only released this one on the Coco, but he's actually released a ROM kit update for the actual arcade cabinet. So you can play these. In fact, he's got a few extra ones in the arcade cabinet we don't have in the Coco. I think he's got a Christmas theme one, a Halloween theme one, and some other things like that too. So, and John is planning on attending VCF Montreal, which we'll talk about, after the Game On Challenge stuff is over. But if you're in the Montreal area, definitely go check him out. I mean, he's been the genius that started the whole transcode. Glenn Hewlett and a bunch of others have done stuff since, but he's the one who kind of started and proved that the Coco 3 could do this kind of thing. Next up, we have Jim Gary doing a port to the MC10 of a game called Superbind, originally by Mark Petitque. Now, if Frederick's still here, I might be pronouncing that wrong. How would you pronounce that name on the bottom? Oh, maybe he had to leave. Anyways, published in 1983 by Microflux. And basically, it's kind of a clone of Mastermind, the popular board game. There's versions of it included in EOU, for example. There's multiple ones that were done on the Coco itself. And it was originally released in 1983 for the Sanyo PMC-25. So with this one, I don't remember if the Sanyo PMC was one of the ones that also used a VDG chip, or if it was a standard 40-column style thing. But it does actually use the colors and stuff for matching your pegs and trying to guess. I can't remember which ones are which in here, but basically one is telling you you've got the right color in the wrong spot, and the other one means you've got it dead on where it's supposed to be. So if you wanted a Mastermind game for the MC10, there's one for you. Next up, we have Expert Tech actually did a couple of videos this past week covering some Coco games from disc number 8 from his backup collection of games from back in the day. And he plays these on a real Coco 2 with real joysticks and with an amber monitor. And the two that he picked this week, one is Shooting Gallery by Tandy and Steve Bjork and Datasoft, which I think most of us have seen, which is this one over here. And I'll just quick flash forward a bit ahead here. This is a game that was multi-platform. I think most of us have seen this one because this was a Radio Shack cartridge. And it was one of the best use of artifact colors on the original Coco 1 and 2 from Tandy, too, because it's not using the simple 4. There's a bunch of different ones that you can get some of the yellows and the purples and the greens out on here as well. Not that you can tell on an amber monitor, but this one here I think is kind of interesting because this is actually by a game called Space Sentry. This was published by Spectral Associates. It's not one of their more popular games, but it would happen to be the third place, the final one that actually got a cash prize of the Spectral Associates game programming contest, which they ran once. In 1983, so they actually had Whirlybird Run was the first place winner, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember who second was, because Space Entry was third, and I'm blanking on it, but I should know it. Stupid girls, I should remember that. But anyway, this is a game I don't think we played on the Game On Challenge. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ken. And it's basically an 8-way scroller.
I don't think so.
And you're the ship in the center. You've got shields you can turn on. And then you've got to like shoot all these aliens that are flying around. And you've got a couple radars down there that you can see. So the enemies are on one of the radars. And I think there's other stuff you're supposed to pick up. So it's a simple game, but it's a bit different. That you're centered on the screen all the time, scrolling through the star path in 8. I don't need to answer that. Go away.
Ships are at the bottom. Let's try again. Let's see.
So written in 1982 when the contest was done, the announcement of the winners wasn't until early 83, and I think the games didn't come out till like mid-83.
Yeah, but there has to be some
With Whirlybird Run being hyped up the most, because that was a really good game, honestly. After that, I don't know how many people in our audience speak Polish, but there's going to be a live stream covering Dragon 32 games happening on the 22nd at 10 a.m. my time frame, which would be like CST. So that would be, what, 11 or 12, I think, Eastern. So live in 42 hours if you're watching this live right now. And they're planning on covering a whole bunch of games live streamed on the Dragon. I would love to see this. I don't know if I'll get a chance to see it live type thing. I don't know if they're taking suggestions for games to try, or if they've already pre-selected a bunch. But it's kind of cool that we're getting a lot of foreign languages. Like I've seen some German stuff lately, Polish, some Russian, all covering like Coco and Dragon stuff, which, or even like that Belgium Coco we showed earlier type thing. So there's a lot of international flavor coming to this, and I'm really interested to see what their perspective. I don't know if Europe had the precision, pixel perfect type games like the UK market seemed to be so fond of. If they were going to find some of these games really frustrating, or if they're really going to like them. So I'm interested to see what their thing, and I hope they have the auto translate on so we can actually understand what they're saying.
And these games are all English, aren't they?
There were some of their patch, like I know some of the ones in Brazil were patched, for example, to be in, Brazil's native language type thing. Like some of the adventure games and stuff are actually changed. In this case, I'm not sure, and this stream hasn't happened yet. Like it's going live in roughly a day, or almost 2 days. After that, we have Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. We've covered some of his videos before. He's doing some Tandy stuff here. So here he's covering Pitfall. So he covers Trapfall, which of course is Ken Kalish's and Tom Mix's clone of Pitfall, and a very well done one. If you are going to play it, make sure you download version 1.1. 1.0's got some serious bugs that will actually cause it so you can't win the game. And Pitfall 2, which was Steve Bjork's. And he mentions in the video here, and if you've heard it, it's one of the best uses of the sound speech pack, because not only does it have the music running in the background, but actually has extra sound effects on top of it. It's one of the very few that uses both features of the sound speech pack. Plus it has, four-way vertical or vertical scrolling, and, a huge width and height to the entire map. And it's quite a good game. The one thing that surprised me though, is he didn't cover Super Pitfall, which isn't official Pitfall. It was on the Coco 3 and on the Nintendo. But he didn't cover that one all. Maybe because he only had a Coco 1 and 2 back in the day, so he's only counting the Coco 1 and 2 compatible ones. That's my guess. But I would definitely include Super Pitfall in that list of Pitfall-related games on the Coco. He also did part 1, so he's done this before when he's done some of the Mark Data Products games, but he's playing Coco Zone, which is a graphical adventure game. I'll play a little bit of it, and this is just part 1, so he hasn't solved it yet. And I think if I remember, this was in one of the Rainbow Adventure books. I think it was one of the winners. I don't remember which one. But it does have the feeling that I think it's written in BASIC, except for maybe the text drawing stuff. Because it draws the text nice and fast, but when you see him going between scenes, you can actually watch it redraw. So I think it's more in BASIC.
Hide in casket. It's not even telling me that I don't have a key or anything. It's saying I cannot do that.
But you see the speed it's drawing, the graphics. I'm pretty sure the main graphical engine is BASIC, but the text is definitely too fast for BASIC to be doing. So I'm assuming that's similar to change.
Almost all BASIC. I typed that in and played the heck out of it.
I'd hoped.
Did you ever win it?
Oh yeah.
Is watching that. Let's try the east.
Is it using drawstrings for the font?
I don't remember how it did the font. I think it might be a machine language subroutine.
I'm pretty sure it is, because that's way too fast to be BASIC's draw convention.
But I know some of the screens that it draws are actually drawn out with BASIC.
Yeah. It does have a save game feature, which is nice too. Do you remember, Bob, if that was one of the ones in one of the adventure books from Rainbow?
It was. I don't remember which one, probably the second or third.
Yeah. But it's a game. I remember playing it back in the day, but I never took the time to completely finish it. So that's Whenever we do game on challenges with adventure games, we'll have to throw that one in there.
It probably made a difference if you typed it in, whether you took the effort to finish it.
Yeah. Yeah. If you took all the time to type those big honking listings 10 pages long, yeah, I could definitely see it. This next one, I know Brian Weeser's still on the call. Or if he left, I think he left. But he's the one who pointed this out to me. So Carrie, I'm not familiar with her, but I think she does a lot of retro stuff. So she's doing a poster. You can see her in front of a Coco with the old Black Beauty joysticks playing Frogger. And she says, who remembers gaming in the early days and loving my latest retro find, which is a Coco 1, which you can see in the picture. And it's probably an F board, judging by the placement of the Radio Shack symbol, etc. But she's actually asking for suggestions for games that she should check out on the Coco 1 and 2. Now, I don't know how much RAM she has. And she also mentions that the Black Beauties are pure torture. Like the first suggestion would be see if you can pick up a deluxe from Rick Euland or something, maybe. Or, some of the ones from Tech Dungeon, etc. So you can actually try some of them with a controller that's a bit more suited for that kind of thing. But definitely some of the games like Polaris and stuff, it's much better to have the Black Beauties. So I'm not sure when she's planning on recording the video, if it's going to be live stream. I was hoping Brian was here because I think he's way more familiar with her page as to how she normally does things. But it's good to see that some of these people that are a bit more popular on the retro scene in general are actually dipping back and taking a look at the Coco, and I hope we see a lot more of that. Like I mentioned before, Taylor and Amy did donate a Coco 2 to Veronica. Veronica explains. I don't think she's released a video on it yet, so I'll have to keep the pressure up. Sorry, I just got a notification that my internet is unstable, so I missed what Ron said.
No, all I said was there's a rare picture, a young lady with a color computer. One.
Yep.
I mean, that you usually saw that in the old ads, right?
And this is a Coco 2 or 3 over here, isn't it? In the background?
Yeah.
And possibly a dragon or something. So it looks like she's got a pretty good collection here. And an Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah, 99
yeah.
And a Mac, old Mac.
Little one.
And an Apple II.
Yeah, so she does have a pretty good collection. I'm trying to think, like, depending on how much RAM she has, that'll change what I would pick as games. Because if you're only 16K, I'd be like Whirlybird Run would be one of the main ones right off the bat. But if she has 64K, we'll throw in Sailor Man and Donkey King and some of the Diecom stuff.
How many of you guys have a 16K machine that you light up once in a while and try to find games and stuff to play on it?
I don't have any 16K machines. I have one 64K Coco 1, and I've got two 2 meg Coco 3s.
I have a couple 16K Coco 2s because I have 8 total. So that was some 64K ones, 16K ones.
You're the one hoarding them all. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, I am.
It's like when you pull out a 16K machine, it's like kind of historic because, when you get one of those, it's like you have a Coco 2, but the memory's limited, but it's like before it gets to be upgraded, and it's just like a rare time.
Well, I was completely gutted because I moved from a 16K Sinclair, which had crappy graphics, but that meant your 16K covered a lot of ground, to a 16K Coco 2 where, okay, now it's an 8K computer with.
Yeah, because the default, if you had extended basic, it ripped off 6K to do your graphics screen right off the bat.
And it's so I never really grew to love that particular size of Coco, and moved on as fast as I could.
Because my original Coco 1 was a 4K, which I upgraded to 16K, which a D board, that was the 2 settings you had without modifying the circuit board. So 16K was like, oh wow, look at all this room.
Yeah, mine is usually in the box, and when you pull it out of the box, it's nice and clean and dry, and
right.
Not that they get wet, but I'm saying it's just pretty cool. Look at one.
Yeah, actually, Ken, I was going to ask you, like the number of shows that are coming up has dwindled quite a bit because a lot of them have passed now. Do you want me to just quickly whip through those, and you can just run the Game On segment right to the end of the show?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's do that then. So next week, as we've already mentioned, and Richard Lobieski just confirmed that he will actually be there, is Tandy Assembly. And as they also mentioned before, if you were at Coco Fest this year and you take your Coco Fest badge, you get free admission except for the Tech Talk or Tech Track stuff, I guess, on Friday. But basically, this show is running September 26th to the 28th, so next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Springfield, Ohio. And let me find my little notes here. So this is at the Courtyard by Marriott in Springfield. Tables were officially sold out, as Richard found out. A few of them got freed up, so he snuck one of those there to be showing off his 2 meg boomerang prototypes and Coco STC kits and Paragon joystick adapters and all kinds of stuff. It is good time. This covers all the Tandy computers. This covers pocket computers, the Model 100 series, Tandy 1000 to 4000s, Cocos, Model 1, 2, 3, 4, 4Ps, etc. So if you're into Tandy in general, there's a ton of stuff there to see. And the Coco always has a good representation at the show as well. Next after that, we have the Portland Retro Gaming Expo in, guess what, Portland, Oregon, from October 17th to 19th at the Oregon Convention Center. This is definitely a gaming one, as the title indicates. So this is covering arcade cabinets, home consoles, home computers, and probably a lot of stuff, the periphery. They've actually announced some of the speakers here. Like they got Charles Marnet, who's the voice of Mario and Friends on the show. This is one I'm trying to remember. Mark, have you been to this one?
No, I haven't.
Or is just in your neighborhood?
Kim and AJ. Yeah, in my neighborhood.
Yeah. Next up, that we have Retro SC, which is a general retro show in Brazil, and there's a lot of Coco and Coco clones present there. We've got Erico and Luciano and a bunch of others that attend this. And of course, they've got all the clones like CP400, CP400-2, Memor something. I can't remember all the names. There's a bunch of clones because Brazil was the Wild West free-for-all for taking IP and going, I don't have to pay for that.
Well, it was actually illegal to sell our stuff. They had to make their clones.
They had to make the clones. And they actually had some Coco clones with built-in drives and all kinds of stuff. There's some pretty fancy ones. Those are the rare ones.
I like some of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's only 55 days away here. So if you want to be able to read most of the stuff here, you can actually pump this the URL for the page itself into Google Translate, and it'll translate the whole page for you, which you can see here. It's actually fixing some stuff here for us English viewers. And, this is what it would look like last year. Here's some of the Coco stuff in specific. You can see the Coco 2 there, Coco 3 is playing Puyan, some of the clones,
now
Dynamax there. What's that?
They've now bothered to import them now that they can.
Yeah, yeah. Pinball tables I got set up there. Stuff for sale if you're buying old cartridges, etc. You can meet real live ninjas, apparently. Anyway, this is one that Eric was kind of recommended because it's literally right on a beach, basically. This venue is actually like 500 yards from the beach, and it's on Florianopolis. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but it's basically an island just off the main coast of Brazil, right onto the ocean. So if you want to convince a significant other to maybe let you go to a retro show that's in a completely different continent, this might be a good one to do because you can actually turn into a vacation if you stay a few extra days before or after. Next up after that is VCF Montreal, which I was hoping to have Frederick here to help translate.
Yeah, I'm not here.
Oh, okay, you're not here. Well, I tried paging you earlier, didn't I? Or no, somebody else, I guess. So anyway, this is...
Read this in French.
Yeah. Translate all the live French for us. No, I'm just kidding.
But it's all in English except the name of the city.
Well, we'll translate it to French live. No, I'm just kidding.
I switched to the French translation. Yeah.
Now I'm going to see, have they got exhibitors in here yet? Okay, deadline for exhibit applications December 1st. This show was in January, of course. Specifically January 25th to the 26th in the Royal Military College outside of Montreal. Not probably the most opportune time for people used to, like, Ron Delvaux weather to come up to visit. Yeah, welcome to minus 30 with a wind chill.
With all this global warming, it's not that bad.
It's only 5 Celsius.
Yeah, 5 above absolute zero.
It's
but these are the rules for exhibitors here. They've got the prices for the tables, etc., stuff here, so you can actually get into it. There's going to be seminars, etc. I don't know if we've got any of those listed yet. I'm guessing probably not. Let's see. Speakers.
It's only 98 today, so the weather's winding down.
98.
Find that-
Geez, it's 60.8 here.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit warmer than 68.8. But it looks like they do have some of the speakers here, though. They got Mark Deal restoring the Apollo comm system, how to talk to a computer on the moon in the late 60s. That'd be a cool one. I think they've had that one at some of the other VCFs, too. Peter Cherner from Montreal to Amiga in English. And that's actually his journey from Montreal to work on the Amiga OS in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Lee Minkowski's covering the Naboo network. Of course, that's a Canadian system that was
Z80 machine.
rediscovered with whole pallets of brand new still in the box and has been at pretty well every VCF since.
Yeah, got one.
And DJ
Who
Sirs is
doesn't?
doing modern magic on vintage MNABU hardware, so you know how to program it nowadays. Yeah, it looks like they got quite a few speakers already lined up, so that's good. Need some Coco people in there. Oh, Jim Gary, look at that. He's actually going to be attending a show. Canadian Basic, Retro Game Archaeology, Obstacles, Pitfalls, and Holes. Awesome. And he's going to be demonstrating that up in the MC10 with Microcolor Basic by the sounds of. That'd be awesome, too.
Did you know he was a professor?
So anyway, yeah, it looks like a lot of it exhibit-wise, or speaker-wise, I should say, is actually there. Tables I haven't got anybody listed yet, but first ever VCF in Canada. Go ahead.
Hello?
I'm
Yes,
getting my
what?
stupid internet unstable thing again here.
I did not understand.
Yeah.
Excellent. Again, in
Perfect
French.
translation. Next up, that is, of course, Coco Fest 2026. The Be There, Be Square. Now, I know a few people have kind of recommended, like, maybe try one VCF Midwest if you can only attend one. I mean, ideally, hopefully you can attend both. But this one's on April 24th, 25th. I got to take the word tentative out of here. In my show notes. It's not tentative, that's confirmed. But yeah, that one's already booked. You could, I think the code for the hotel's already in there too to get the discount that we get as Coco Fest attendees. You'll be able to see some of this new stuff like the SID player with our SID chip player that Sheldon MacDonald did along with the game that he wrote for it that Brendan Donahill will be selling. So there'll be some premieres of new commercial software there, some new games, etc. It's only 215 days away. Better start planning now. And last but not least, we have VCF LATAM 2026. So this is the first Latin American Vintage Computer Festival, official VCF, and this is actually way down south in South America, in Argentina. This is April 24th to 26th at, I'm probably going to butcher this name here, but Bahia Blanca. And they got a nice ADM3A terminal prominently displayed that Rick and I recognized last time. But, you know, a wide gamut of different machines. And
they have earthquakes there.
Yeah, but Argentina is pretty long, so I don't know if it's the whole of it that gets them, or is it just certain parts?
I don't know.
I know it's on the Ring of Fire, so it's along with California and Vancouver and
yeah.
Because Ken's still waiting for the big one to happen. So
right,
we all are.
And that's it for the shows. If you guys have any more that I'm missing, send me a note either on the Discord directly to me or email it to me at curtisboyle@sastel.net, and I'll add it to the show notes.
Curtis, I think I posted one in the seasonal channel. We have an upcoming show and tell in October at Bingo Bingo in Grand Prairie.
Okay, can you send me that directly? Because if it's in the seasonal, I might miss it.
Oh,
y'all talk a lot on all those Discord channels, so I can't keep up with everything.
Y'all talk too much.
Are you still going to do the Coco 3 Plus show?
Yeah, I've given up on trying to find some of the other machines like the Kix 20 and the Kix 30 and some others. So we'll have to just get Joel and Rick and me and a few others here kind of organized.
So I got to get off my butt and get mine running. You're saying?
Well, I know you're kind of busy doing electronic books. So I was going to wait a little bit because I don't want to like pull away from other projects that are going to be commercial here. So, but we will be doing it before the end of the year, for sure.
I'll see if I can get AI to help me with some kind of an idea for Coco 3 Plus something. Or
yeah, either that or if you want to incorporate, like Rainbow reviewed 3 of these machines within 4 months in 90 or 91, I think it was. So there's pictures of the MM1, the TC9, and the System 4, I think.
On the
So you
cover?
maybe pluck some of the images of those and actually throw them into a montage.
Were they on the cover of one magazine, maybe?
They were on cover of 3 different magazines, so you have to kind of like merge them together. All right. Did you want a commercial break before we go on to the Game On Challenge results, etc., or do you want to go straight into it? Ken and
I think
Mark.
go straight into it. Get this done with.
Yes. Take a fork in it.
Let me wake up Mark B so he knows.
Yeah, there we go.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Packet Man. We had a total of 15 players. We had Mark B with 256, Mark O 438, Mike Zweifel 439, Shenley 461, Ed Rhodes 465, Canadian Retro Things 481, Doug V 4850 525, Jim Rye 540, Coconut Bob 610, Frederick 665, Retro Rick 729, Local H 741, Sloopy Malibu 771, Dr. Ted 798, and this week's number 1 score belongs to Tasman with 1271. Thanks everybody that played, and we will see you again next week.
I can't believe I'm in the upper half. I'm stunned. Shocked.
I can't believe I only made third as many points as the leader.
Yeah, as you may notice, there was not a huge point spread in this game between the winner and loser.
And the CoCoNation salutes
Tasman.
Tasman, yeah.
Salute. Oh, that was organized.
Hey, on top of our game.
Let's not do it for
any other.
Let's not sing together.
Mark gets thrown off when it's not Dr. Ted. Okay, so Packet Man. Well, it was an early Pac-Man clone, and yeah, it had some odd things about it. I couldn't find any reviews of it.
Loose term.
Well,
Real loose.
I wouldn't say it's that loose. I mean, the only thing it was missing was the power pellets.
Power pellets.
That's it.
I had a lot of control problems.
I've seen
with
some
it.
things that call themselves Pac-Man clones that were a lot further away from Pac-Man than this was.
Also, the controls were annoying.
Yeah, the controls were early controls. They a lot of games back then had that whole stopping as soon as you let go of the joysticks. So,
or even just using the keyboard, you have to actually stop before you can move a different direction. But anyway.
I didn't find that. I found that if you timed it just right, and like if you're going left and then you want to go up, holding the left key down, and then as soon as you get where you want to go up, just before you want to go up, you start pushing the up key at the same time, and then as soon as you're there, just let go and you swing around the corner. So it's kind of one of those ones where you have to turn basically in advance, but also continue moving forward.
Right. It's just awkward.
Yeah, it's awkward, but I mean, this is the Wild West of video games back in 1981 when this was made, so.
Yeah, people were just learning like the 6809 and everything at that point, because that chip was pretty new at that point.
Yep. All in all, I would say, especially considering how early in the life of the Coco this game was, it's pretty good Pac-Man game. Like, definitely if I had been playing this when I was a kid, I wouldn't have been disappointed. I don't know. Other than the turning mechanics, is there anything else people wanted to say about it?
I had to play Nick Marenti's clone of Pac-Man just to make sure it wasn't me. Yeah, it wasn't me. Game sucked.
Sorry, Greg.
No,
well, I can say one thing though, concerning if you play with a keyboard, it's slightly annoying because when you turn corners, like if you miss one step, you go back, and I don't know how it was for joystick users, but
yeah, same thing.
Okay.
There was a few times, actually, what I found is that you just had to learn that if you missed going around a corner, don't stop and turn around because you lost way too much time and the ghosts could start catching up to you.
Yeah.
Just keep going and take a different route. Change your route.
Especially when they decide to go turbo mode on you.
Yeah, that was a little weird. Every now and then the ghosts would just speed up to like super speed. I wonder if there was like a timer in it that you're taking too long to clear the screen, that the ghosts
that could
would
be
speed up or something. But yeah, I just kind of treated it like Siri. If you miss the turn, just reroute.
I do remember. I think I didn't get a chance to play it for the game on challenge because I got busy with work again. But it definitely had some challenges. But like you said, Ken, it was something that was good for the time, for that being that early.
Yeah. I mean, comparing it to something more modern is pretty unfair, as I think. So.
Curtis froze again.
Yeah, he's really unstable now. He's frozen in carbonite.
Well,
No,
at least it's not a funny face.
He's just practicing being. He's practicing being a mime.
Right. Well, if you got to freeze, like Mark said.
There's worse looking faces.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's see. The other game that we played, unless anybody has something else they want to say about Packet Man.
No, let it be gone.
Okay. Rat Attack is the other game that we played, which is
Oh, we lost him.
Oh, he just said, okay, it's the game on. I'm done. I've done the news. I'm leaving.
Don't compute. I must reboot.
So, Rat Attack, definitely, it went, once you get to the second screen, there's a black rat. If you want to get the most out of your points, wait until closer to the end of that screen to get that. Because if you look at the top of the screen, there's a bonus. And every time you, the longer you live and stuff, the more your bonus points go up, and the more rats you eat, the more the multiplier goes up. And once you eat the black rat, you get all those points. So if you eat a bunch of the white rats first, you get a much higher bonus. I think that was probably about as clear as mud.
Play the
Nailed
game,
it.
you'll understand.
Yeah, play the game, you'll understand. It is an interesting thing that you can actually go through the little, like in Pac-Man, go through the side tunnel and come out the other side. I don't know. Anything else people have tips or tricks or things they want to say about this game?
I remember liking it when I played it when I was doing the webpage entry for it, but I haven't played it in quite a while, so I can't remember too many of the details. I'm gonna have to see if I can sneak it in this next week. Actually, submit a score.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a decent game. Of course, because I picked it. It's a decent game. I only pick, especially as you'll see with my pick this week, I only pick decent games.
You said Descent?
Descent, yeah.
Descent game.
I only pick decent games on my Descent into Madness, and I only am the one that thinks they're decent. All right, so yeah, so I guess we will talk about the live Game On Challenge that happened on Thursday, which was our 200th episode.
Congratulations on the show lasting that long.
And yeah, as you can see, there's actually quite a few people playing Packet Man. For as much as everybody complained about Packet Man, a lot of people played it. So,
well, we have to have experience in order to
give it a fair
expand
chance.
our hatred toward it.
You know when to stop, because that's when the PTSD starts to kick in.
Yeah. It's definitely a game that's a lot more fun in small doses. Don't play it so long that it starts getting frustrating. That's my best advice. But yeah, so one problem with the 200th episode is everybody forgot to bring cake. Like everybody. Jeez.
Cake was a lie.
It wasn't supposed to be. We were all supposed to bring cake.
Shame on me.
And eat it too.
Wayne Campbell says, I couldn't get past the first screen, so I didn't bother to post a score. I only got to the second level.
But you know, I didn't get past the first screen either, and I still posted a score.
Yeah, it gives you 272. Wait, did I play too much for me to remember that?
Yep.
If you keep scrolling far enough, you'll see that I'm playing Nick Parenti's Pac-Man Club.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could actually catch some of Jim Rye's play here. Or anyways, yeah, so unfortunately, some people got so driven insane by Packet Man that they started playing Predator.
Wow.
That's a descent into madness there.
It was harsh. We had to have an intervention after we stopped the stream.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Top corner. There's Jim playing Predator. And like so many of us that have ever tried playing this game, he scored 0 points.
Yeah, that's one we're famously saving up for the very last Coco game ever.
Yeah,
okay, can we do a game on challenge with Predator, but only Dr. Ted plays? See how much he'll get?
Well, no, see, we're going to play Predator as the final game. And that way, I figure we'll probably get 30 people that play it. And there'll be a 29-way tie with 0 points. And Dr. Ted will have like 1 million.
I think Mr. Dave was good at that one too, wasn't he? He's the one that was posting those screenshots from later levels.
Yeah, but he was also going into the code and like booting it from those screens.
Fixing things. Okay.
Really?
Really? And we'll end off the final episode of the Game On Challenge with playing David Ladd's video of playing Predator.
Well, actually, we need David Ladd in the challenge. Play
it live.
Look at his live commentary.
Oh, yeah.
Really? I mean, my actual hope is that if we keep threatening to use Predator as the final game, that people like Nick will keep writing games so we never have to do that.
Exactly.
I would
Anyways,
like to recommend the
this
next.
game's worse than Neutroid?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
I would choose to play nothing but Neutroid for the rest of my life rather than play Predator again.
Ask yourself this question. Who has gotten 0 points in Neutroid? I mean, I've had the gameplay itself and get 400, as I recall.
Yeah, you can just let the game play and you get higher than you can ever score in Predator.
Wow, I'd never thought I'd hear the day that the heat is off, Nick, with that one.
I would like the next game to play Ants.
Yeah, well, that one.
Well, there's a couple games with ants in it, so you could pick one.
Yeah.
There's one by Mark Data Products, El Bandito, that's involving ants, as an example.
The more recent one.
Which one are you talking about?
The one where you can add ants or subtract ants, start with one, start with many, and they fill the screen.
That's not a game, though.
All you need is a magnifying glass.
What is
have
it?
Some fun.
That was a little graphic demo, wasn't it?
That's just a graphic demo, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Still want it.
Let's play.
Well, rather than Predator, it might be considered a game.
I would play a graphic demo over Predator.
Now we know how low of bar that Ron is willing to go.
So Thursday night we played the games. We had fun. Made fun of Predator. So what more could you ask for?
That's getting your money's worth out of our show for sure.
There you go. And so if you're interested in playing along with us, you can join the Discord channel on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock Eastern time. And Yeah, you don't even have to have a real Coco to play the games. You can use the Play Now button on the archive, or you could load up an emulator like VCC or
XROR,
XROR or MAME, or you could hook up a real Coco. Or if you can't make it onto Discord, you could just go into the YouTube channel or the Twitch channel and make fun of us through the comments. But yeah, so how about we see what the next game is going to be? What the next wonderful, excellent game that everybody is going to love.
There's so much sarcasm here, I'm beginning to worry.
People are going to be raising me up on their shoulders saying, you are a god for picking this.
They're going to raise you up on your shoulders so they toss you off the cliff.
Yeah.
That's true. Raising you on their shoulders in victory or tossing you off the cliff start with the same basic.
Oh, this is a Terry Steen game. Or was it a Terry Steen?
You know that throwing someone in a volcano was considered to be like the highest form of
Flattery.
praise in certain culture, right? Just letting you know.
All right, I'm gonna get thrown in
We're all gonna praise you, Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah. This actually is a good game. I have to give Ken props on this one. And it's a clone of an arcade game.
Yep.
And it was published in one of the tape magazines, one of the better games on a tape magazine. And did Terry write this one? I'm trying to remember.
Well, let's look at the title page.
Do you want me to say the name? It's Flippy, I think.
Yeah, Flippy by Roger Smith.
Oh no, Roger Smith. Okay.
So it's basically
what's the arcade game called? Do you remember?
Offhand, I cannot think of it. Isn't
Let me take a look on that idiot's webpage. I might have it on there.
Clowns or something. Like in the arcade game, you're a clown catching balloons. You're on a unicycle catching stuff. And in the game, you're the seal catching the balls on your nose.
Kickman. It's because the original one had that Pac-Man thing on it.
Yeah. But you were a clown on a unicycle.
A clown, not a cloud.
Clown.
Right.
Clown. Yeah.
This is a fun one because you have to catch the balloons on your nose, and then you can kick them with your flippers to keep them floating because once they hit the ground, you lose them or something. I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like hacky sack.
And I think there's to get bonus points. There's a thing of different color. Like there's a thing up on the top that shows a color pattern that you want to try to catch them in.
Oh right, I forgot about that.
So there is strategy. I mean, you could just straight catch the balls and then you just get a few points. But if you want to get lots of points, you catch them in the proper order, which means you have to deliberately miss some of them and be kicking them up with your flippers to
keep them in play,
hitting
and
the
then
ground.
Catch the other one and then come back. Yeah, right.
So that will be our game for the next 2 weeks, and of course, Rat Attack will be for 1 more week. So
those are 2 pretty good games. They're both tape magazine based games too.
What if the fire button was really fire?
You think a flamethrower?
Maybe part of that South African car that used to shoot flames out to prevent people from stealing cars.
Either that, or you need something to protect your fingers because a button's going to burst into flame.
And your seal's going to have a. Never mind.
Have you guys seen a video where guy's got a bumper sticker and it says "Beep if you love Jesus," and the guy's at a light, and the guy's behind him, and he doesn't want to beep because he hasn't, the light turned green, and he doesn't want to hit the horn and think that he loves Jesus. So he waits. Well, then he does hit the horn, and the trunk opens up, and it's a Jesus in the trunk, and he looks at him and points to him, and goes back down, and he closes the trunk lid. Then there's another one with Satan in the same manner. Pretty funny.
It's a prank.
Yeah, prank. It could be a game. No.
All right. Well, that I think is it for
Game on Challenge.
Game on Challenge, and for the episode.
And for the whole thing.
That wasn't too bad. Just 4.5 hours. I thought it was going to go a bit longer with VCF coverage plus, having Glen on
Yes.
us for the interview earlier.
Oh,
Wait,
we ran
it's
out of
still
news.
daylight outside?
Well, sort of.
Well, we do have the upcoming events we got to do yet.
We did that already.
We already did them.
We slid those in.
That's when you were sleeping, Mark.
That's when you were sleeping, Mark.
Yes.
Ernest was
well,
on it.
Damn. I
We
guess I did
said,
miss it.
should we wake up Mark and do the game on challenge and then the thing, or should we just go straight into the upcoming shows, then wake up Mark?
Oh.
So Mark really was sleeping.
Yep.
Oh, you can check it out tomorrow. It's all there.
All right. I'll just watch it in the upload. Okay, that means I need to find where the outro button is. Okay.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server. Coco forever.
With this shooting in the Discord getting kind of negative information, I would just say negative coverage, because wacky people that do gaming go to these Discord places. Have you heard any of that?
No, normal people
Nah.
in Discord too.
Right.
So
No, the only wacky Discord people I know are Coco Nuts.
Yeah, people at the dog park were saying, "What is Discord anyway?" And I kind of explained to them what our Discord's like. It's kind of funny. If you're not younger, I don't think you know much about it, right?
Pretty much.
Wait, are you calling
Younger
us
like
dumb?
us?
Yeah. I mean,
Calling us all old at this point, I think.
No, we know what Discord is, so we're the youngins.
Right,
that's right.
right.
Young at
Happy to
heart.
be a youngin'.
Right.
We're not none of the old fogies that don't know what Discord is.
We are the enlightened.
we got
The way.
Oh, boy, is that stretching that one along.
Well,
well, there's always AOL.
No, CompuServe. You stick with CompuServe.
I don't know. My dial-up doesn't seem to be working anymore.
What?
It's just this recent problem, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Holloway says MySpace.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Tom's waiting.
Yeah, Tom misses you.
Ow.
Well,
All right.
All right, I have to run. I have a supper thing
Life?
to go to. So
Yeah, and cats are telling me it's dinner time.
All right.
By eating you.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Nibbling.
That's good.
Bye.
Everyone
good
enjoy
pick on the
their-
game there, Ken. I have to say.
Too much fun.